Our coverage of the ongoing squeegee crisis continues this morning as we press the mayor on his long-awaited squeegee collaborative, the questions that still remain ahead of today's announcement. And following the midterm elections, we are still waiting on results for some very close races. Words from the candidates as mail-in ballot counting starts today.
Chilly start to your morning today, and we're tracking the remnants of Nicole moving in this weekend. We'll break it all down for you coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us. It is Thursday, November 10th. I'm Megan Gilland. We want to check right in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. I heard yelling in the newsroom, Nicole made landfall in Florida this morning. How are things looking?
Yeah, still a lot of wind and rain for Florida. We're going to be dealing with here a lot of that same wind and rain by the time we get into tomorrow afternoon and especially into early Saturday morning. We'll be tracking the remnants from that storm coming up in a little bit. Looking out over the Inner Harbor, a chilly start to the morning today with a nice clear start, but upper 30s in Cockeysville and Towson right now. We're at 39 in Owens Mills and 43 in Baltimore City. Weather story looks like this. Our chilly Thursday morning, a warmer afternoon ahead. Overall, not a bad fall day today, and we're definitely tracking that rain from Nicole as we head into the weekend. Out for your morning drive, numbers staying in the 40s for the next couple of hours, eventually into the lower 50s by about 9 a.m., and we'll top out in the mid to upper 60s today, so we're going to go back above average after being slightly below average yesterday. Back with your full forecast coming up.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network here this morning, very quiet out there. Light traffic, hardly any to make mention of here this morning. Great time to get up and head out.
When I release the Squeegee Collaborative is when I go talk about the Squeegee Collaborative. And we're going to do that for you guys very soon.
Well, we begin this morning in a city in crisis. Today, Mayor Brandon Scott will be releasing his Squeegee Collaborative report during a news conference. This coming nearly 4 months after it was formed, and as we continue to see heated interactions between squeegee kids and drivers. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost will be at that news conference. Coming up in our 5 o'clock hour, Olivia Dance will join us live with more into what is expected to come of today's announcement. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, city council members are demanding answers from the Department of Public Works about when it will return to weekly recycling pickup. DPW cut back on services in January, saying it was because of COVID-fueled staffing shortages. DPW says it's down 700 employees, many of them commercial drivers. Online job postings suggest the city is offering between $40,000 and $50,000 for the position. A search of salary.com shows that's on the low end. The average salary of CDL drivers in Maryland is closer to $60,000. DPW Director Jason Mitchell says they're working to provide better pay.
We're working with HR on potentially salary survey so we can assess our pay compared to the industry, as well as bonuses is something that we're looking at.
But what we're seeing is that the money is going to people in the executive and higher level positions are making way more than they need to be making. And the workers who are actually physically doing the work are being underpaid.
Well, the Department of Public Works is operating with a budget of more than $600 million. Director Mitchell himself makes $245,000 a year. Well, yesterday's hearing is just the latest City Council has had with DPW recently. It held 2 hearings following the E. coli water contamination back in September. The NAACP, meantime, questioning whether the Baltimore police officer who shot and killed Tyree Moorhead, the creator of no-shoot zones in the city, used excessive force. On Tuesday, BPD releasing body-worn camera footage of that shooting that happened Sunday in a West Baltimore neighborhood.
Simple units! Get down! Signal 13, get down! Get down!
Investigators say the video shows Moorhead laying on top of a woman and armed with a large knife. The video captures the officers firing a total of 14 rounds, some of those shots after Moorhead rolled away from the woman, but still clutching the knife. Fox 45 News questioned the police commissioner about the use of force.
Are those gunshots justified, and please explain?
That will, it will be inappropriate for me to answer that before the conclusion of the investigation. That's why we have an investigation.
The NAACP is asking several questions about the body cam video, including whether this is a case of excessive force and what changes to training BPD needs to put into place as a result of the incident. The commissioner has not publicly responded to those questions yet. You heard him say he's going to wait for the investigation to be complete. Well, the department has identified the officer as Zachary Rutherford. He, along with another officer present, who the commissioner says did not fire his weapon, are on administrative leave right now, which is standard protocol. It's 4:35, and turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage. We're seeing Democratic victories in a pair of key county executive races. In Baltimore County, incumbent Johnny Olszewski held on to defeat Republican Pat McDonough. A similar margin can be seen in Howard County as Calvin Ball took 57% of the vote against Alan Kittleman in a rematch. But in Anne Arundel County, Democratic incumbent Stuart Pittman currently trails Republican Jessica Hare. The 11,000 vote lead is not a decisive margin. Pittman says he's proud of the campaign he ran.
We raised the bar for what public service means in this county, and people noticed it. And it was a grassroots campaign. We had way less money last time than the opponent, and this time actually I've had a whole lot less money than my opponent this time. But it's been a grassroots campaign of people who mobilized because that's how we governed.
Anne Arundel County will begin opening mail-in ballots today. More than 45,000 ballots have been received. Most of the mail-in ballots belong to Democrats. Officials say it's enough to change the outcome if party lines are held. It could be days before the winner is known. A new generation of politicians coming into office this year. Still ahead, the new U.S. representative and his vows going forward. Plus, another chilly start to the morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know how much we warm up here this afternoon. 4:36, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Welcome back. 4:39 is your time right now. Taking a look out over our Towson camera. Everything is looking good right now. We're just a little on the chilly side with a lot of us in the 30s and 40s. We're going to keep those 40s going for the next couple of hours. So if you're up early and out for a run, make sure to grab that extra layer. We'll break down our forecast for our Veterans Day weekend coming up.
All right, Justin, thank you. Returning now to your Vote 2022 coverage. Georgia's Senate race will not be decided until next month. Neither incumbent Democrat Raphael Warnock or Republican Herschel Walker earned that 50% threshold required, meaning there's going to be a runoff on December 6th. Arizona and Nevada Senate races are also both too close to call. There's going to be a new kid on the block in Washington. Meantime, the first U.S. representative from Gen Z, 25-year-old Maxwell Frost, was elected in Florida's 10th congressional district. Much of his campaign focused on gun violence and fighting the NRA. Frost vows to work on passing universal background checks for people buying guns.
President Biden weighing in on those election results, what he says concerns him about his next 2 years in office, and if he plans to pursue another 4 after that. I'm Scott Thuman in Washington with new developments.
Plus, new warnings this morning for people suffering from high blood pressure, what health officials are saying about the connection to COVID-related deaths. Meantime, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, the ongoing drama and the aftermath of the 2022 midterm elections. The razor-thin races left undecided stretching across America. We're on the ground with a team of nearly 4,000 reporters. That's this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:41 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. It is 4:44, and in your Vote 2022 coverage, we're taking you live to Capitol Hill this morning as the balance of power in Congress is still to be determined. In the House, there are several races that are still too close to call. Republicans holding an advantage with 207 seats compared to Democrats with 184. There are still 44 seats up for grabs, though. The Senate will be close again meantime as well. Right now, Democrats with 48, Republicans with 49. As America waits to find out who's going to control Congress, President Biden is weighing in. Sinclair Chief Political Correspondent Scott Thuman with the reaction.
Well, the ballots still being counted in some states, but the impact already being felt. President Biden on Wednesday wasting no time in saying even if Republicans take some control, he won't do anything differently.
This is supposed to be a red wave. You were talking about us losing 30 to 50 seats, and this was going to, that's not going to happen. The Democrats had a strong night, and we lost fewer seats in the House of Representatives than any Democratic president's first midterm election in the last 40 years.
An emboldened President Biden calling the results so far proof that he and his party's policies are what Americans want, and saying he'll do whatever necessary to block any GOP attempts in Congress to weaken Medicaid and Medicare or pass a nationwide ban on abortion. Republicans acknowledging it wasn't the night they wanted, but also not over, where Senate control could come down to a runoff in Georgia. Former President Trump on social media writing, while in certain ways yesterday's election was somewhat disappointing, from my personal standpoint, it is a very big victory.
We didn't lose a single Republican governorship, and the wave did happen because we are waving goodbye to Speaker Nancy Pelosi.
If Republicans control the House, Biden says he'll work across the aisle, but won't change a thing in how he leads, nor let the elections determine if he'll try to extend that in 2024, as former President Trump may announce as early as next week.
Our intention is to run again. That's been our intention, regardless of what the outcome of this election was. The fact that we won is one that gives everybody like, whew, sigh of relief.
Biden also saying he plans to pursue his inaugural promise to unite the country, a promise critics argue he's broken, and one that a likely divided government will make even more difficult to fulfill. In Washington, I'm Scott Thuman.
All right, Scott, thank you. It is 4:46, and we want to check back in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at our forecast here closer to home. And Justin, I know you've been watching Nicole as well.
Absolutely, Megan. And that's what we were looking at right over the Inner Harbor right now. Nice and calm conditions, obviously tracking the wind and the rain that will start to be here as early as tomorrow morning for some of us in Maryland. We'll definitely see the impacts from that storm as we head later into Friday and early Saturday. We'll talk about that here in just a second. Our current conditions as you wake up early with us in the lower 40s in Baltimore City. Right at 0 for the wind, so no wind to speak of for right now. And you can see everything is nice and dry. Our HD radar is very quiet here at home and pretty much throughout most of the Mid-Atlantic and the East Coast. But Nicole did make landfall as a Category 1 hurricane with 75 mile an hour winds just north of Vero Beach, Florida. You can see the center of the storm is now basically entirely over land. This happened just about an hour and a half ago or so. A lot of the outer bands are bringing a lot of rain and wind into the Orlando area, all the way up toward Port Orange, and even some of those outer bands out through Jacksonville, swinging around into Tampa. I mean, Florida itself is not very wide of a state, so it doesn't take much. This is a pretty large storm with the tropical storm force winds that are extending out more than 200 miles. So bringing a lot of wind and rain. That's what we're tracking at this time. Also that storm surge as well. Now, the center of the storm will track across the state and head out over toward the Gulf Coast of Florida by about 1 o'clock this afternoon. It's going to be a quick mover here. Then it's going to make kind of a right turn and go up into parts of Georgia, basically as a tropical depression near the Atlanta area, bringing a lot of wind and rain to Charlotte by the time we get toward tomorrow afternoon. And notice that the track basically stops right there because that's as far as the National Hurricane Center is tracking it. By the time it gets here, it will just be a remnant low, bringing in more of that wind and that rain. Lower 40s here for us over the next couple of hours as you get up and at 'em early on your Rise and Shine cast. Those lower 40s staying with us here. And we're actually going to see a warmer afternoon today with temperatures in the mid to upper 60s. These numbers are going to be above average, a very comfortable and pleasant Thursday afternoon. Even tomorrow's numbers are not looking bad. Obviously, have to deal with some of that rain. 63 in Cumberland this afternoon, mid-60s in Ocean City, right about 70 in Richmond. And take a look at our temperature tracker. We've got about 3 more days of above average numbers, and then those numbers are dropping pretty far. In fact, right down to about 50 degrees. That's it for a high on Sunday. And notice we stay well below that average line all the way through the middle of next week. So we'll definitely get into that fall chill. All right, so here's that future scan. Staying cloudy. We'll get a little bit of with an increase in cloud cover through the later part of the afternoon. That's some of that southerly flow bringing in that moisture from Nicole. Now, as we take you to tomorrow morning, some of those showers around here locally and out toward western Maryland through tomorrow afternoon. There's the center of that system, and really the heaviest rain is going to be late Friday night through early Saturday morning. Now, this thing clears out of here by Saturday afternoon, but still a few leftover showers will be possible, possibly into Saturday evening as well. So just be aware of that. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. Upper 60s today. Veterans Day is tomorrow. A lot of folks will have the day off saluting our veterans in the lower 70s, and then back to the mid 60s Saturday before that big drop off in numbers. Those temps much cooler the second half of the weekend and into next week. Meg?
All right. Thank you very much, Justin. Now looking at our Len Stoller traffic network here. Looking great. We're in the green. Longest commute 9 minutes, and that's from 95 to 83. Great time to get up and head out. For a check on mass transit, we have Mark Jones joining us live on the phone. How's it going, Mark?
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. A pretty good start out there right now. Just dealing with a minor delay on the Penn line. It's Penn Train 401 that's operating with about a 5-minute delay. The other trains, Mark, are on time for travel. Light Rail Link doing good for the start. No delays in either direction there. And Metro Subway Link operating with maintenance out there. Single tracking as a result of that between the Reisterstown Road Plaza Station and Mondawmin, so allow time for travel. The Upton Station also remains closed due to flooding, and you'll find shuttle buses in place there. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
It is a controversial way of retrieving organs, and it has ignited a dying debate. I'm Liz Bonus. We share how it could, however, save hundreds of lives. It is just ahead.
Plus, Fox 45 News continues to hold city leaders accountable regarding the squeegee crisis. What we can expect coming out of today's collaborative announcement. It is 4:51, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. It is 4:54 in your health headlines this morning. Every day, 17 people die waiting for a life-saving organ transplant. But something new is now being considered in several states, including Nebraska, Arizona, New York, and Ohio, that could help turn this trend around. It's a controversial method of organ retrieval. Medical reporter Liz Bonus shares why it's igniting a dying debate.
Hey there, hello to you. Transplant surgeons in several hospitals are now part of clinical trials to see if we can boost the number of usable organs through what's called donation after cardiac death. It has triggered an ethical debate about life and death because it allows surgeons to retrieve organs when the body has no chance of survival, but brain death has not officially been declared.
Mommy, love you.
For those such as Kiera Hodge, it could be life-saving. She's been waiting months for a double organ transplant.
I always wanted to be a mother. God got the final say.
After the birth of her daughter Cadence, who's now 2, Kiera's heart and kidneys went into complete failure.
They gave me less than 2 years if I had to start dialysis.
Kiera is just one of the now more than 100,000 men, women, and children in the U.S. waiting for an organ donor. Most of those organs will come from people who choose to donate organs after brain death has already occurred, say after a sudden accident.
It's a gift of life from the families who have undergone tragedy.
But transplant surgeons at Ohio's Christ Hospital say this newer method could add hundreds more organs to the growing list of those in need.
It could potentially double or even more. It could be really huge.
Ohio's Life Center Organ Donor Network has formed a committee to consider it.
Anything that we can do to, again, make more organs available for those people on the wait list, that's what we're here to do.
Here's how it works. Rather than the traditional organ retrieval, where a patient is declared brain dead and warm working organs are retrieved before life support is turned off, donation after cardiac death turns life support off first. Surgeons then wait about 30 minutes for the heart to stop beating, and the patient is declared dead. They then clamp off the brain and restart the heart to remove the warm working organs.
And what we found is when we put the heart on the perfusing machine and it's beating, we can measure if it's good enough to give to a human. And that the results with those hearts are at least as good, if not better, with the hearts from brain dead donors.
For some, however, this partial resurrection raises ethical questions about life and death. Dr. Dennis Sullivan is a former professor of ethics and pharmacy at Cedarville University.
You actually make an incision in the thorax and clamp the vessels that would go to the brain. This is disturbing for people because it seems like you're trying to resuscitate the patient.
The Life Center team says, however, that's not true.
They've already been declared dead, so this is not bringing somebody back to life. This is bringing their organs back to life.
Life Center says patients also need to know there's an option for organ donation when there's no chance a loved one not yet brain dead will survive.
This is not occurring with patients who have a survivable injury.
All this is one more reason, Kiera Hodge says, to make a decision about organ donation now in the event of your death.
This is my miracle baby. I didn't think I could have kids ever, so she's definitely my miracle baby.
You see, that decision might be the miracle this baby needs to keep her mother alive. To become an organ donor, you can go online and register, or you can sign up when you renew your driver's license. Be sure to tell your family your wishes. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you. On the path forward, a new study underlines the connection between high blood pressure and the risk of hospitalization and even death from COVID-19. This research, funded by the British Heart Foundation, shows that having high blood pressure doubles the risk of having a severe case of COVID. Now, on the positive side, the study indicates reducing blood pressure lowers the risk posed by the coronavirus. Researchers are hopeful that by focusing more on blood pressure control, patients will suffer less from new strains of COVID-19 or other viruses in the future.
Today, Mayor Scott's finally announcing the details of his squeegee collaborative plan after there's been months of bad encounters with squeegee kids. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you what we know so far about that plan.
Governor-elect Wes Moore and Governor Larry Hogan are meeting today. Coming up, I will have more details on that and how Moore plans to tackle crime once he takes office.
Another chilly start to your morning. Temperatures actually warmer later this afternoon. We're going to talk about that and what we can expect as we head into Veterans Day weekend.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Thursday, November 10th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and another bright moon last night, and then all of a sudden gone. You know, it's like, all right, well, what happened to it? I was looking around. We've been seeing shooting stars. I mean, it's crisp in the morning, and now nothing.
Well, let's see if our meteorologist has an answer. Justin Chambers
Was
here.
it cloudy? Is that why I told you?
I guess so. I'm assuming there was some.
Because I saw it when I was driving in a little bit. But yeah, there are some clouds hanging around. So we'll check on that for you as we are seeing a cool start this morning with those temperatures that are mainly in the 30s and 40s as you step out. Yeah, there's a little bit of cloud cover out there. Absolutely for our Towson camera. So he's not wrong. Looking at our statewide numbers, 30s and 40s across the northern tier over to Cumberland up into Hagerstown, 43 in Westminster. We're 39 in Bel Air, right at 42 in Baltimore City this hour. So a warmer afternoon is ahead. Going to be a pretty nice day. We had upper 50s yesterday, and we're going to add about 7 to 10 degrees potentially for our high temps later today. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Probably need that seat warmer on if you got it, and maybe even the defroster on your window with temperatures in the lower 40s the next couple of hours. But look at these numbers, mid to upper 60s across the area for your Thursday afternoon. We're tracking Nicole. It was a hurricane that made landfall just a little while ago this morning, now down to a tropical storm. We'll tell you how that storm will impact us coming up in a few. Tom.
Thank you, Justin. We begin this morning in the city in crisis, the ongoing discussion about squeegee kids on Baltimore City streets.
Today, Mayor Brandon Scott will release his Squeegee Collaborative report during a news conference.
Now, this comes nearly 4 months after it was formed, and as we continue to see heated interactions between squeegee kids and drivers.
This includes, in some instances, squeegee kids damaging cars, assaulting drivers, stealing money, sometimes carrying guns.
Few details of the report have already been released, including a recommendation to give guaranteed income to squeegee kids.
Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning from where that news conference is set to take place, and she has more on what's expected to come out of it. Olivia.
Well, good morning, Tom and Patrice. And in recent months, Mayor Scott has brought together police, community members, and squeegee kids themselves to develop a plan. And he is finally announcing the details of that plan at 1:30 this afternoon, right here at the Under Armour house on Fayette Street. Now, while we should get more information at today's meeting, details of the Squeegee Collaborative plan were leaked last week, which includes self-policing by the squeegee kids and some kind of a guaranteed income program to discourage the practice. The details, though, immediately faced with criticism.
Being paid to stay off the corner is not going to work.
We're going to pay them to get off of the corner, but we got people out here working every day, and we get money funded to the city all the time, but this is what we're going to waste it on.
While many were quick to judge the first details of the plan, law enforcement expert Tyrone Powers is taking a more wait-and-see attitude. Take a listen.
No one thinks that young people can grow up to be professional squeegee people. There's no job and career in squeegeeing long term. If we're linking the pay with some training and then that training with a career that's way beyond squeegeeing, then it makes logical sense.
And several community members will join the mayor at his announcement today. And of course, Fox 45 News will be there and we'll bring you the latest updates. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. City State's Attorney-elect Ivan Bates told Fox 45 News he's also keeping a close eye on the Squeegee Collaborative recommendations. Mayor Brandon Scott has said that he will not use existing laws to get the squeegee kids off of the streets, saying what they are doing is, quote, panhandling, which then is protected by the First Amendment.
Last month, Bates told Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost that he disagrees with the mayor on his interpretation of the law. He says he is waiting to see the results of the Squeegee Collaborative before he moves forward on the issue.
Well, first, let me hear what they have to say. They may say that they need to leave, and we're going to direct them into this direction.
Do you think that will happen, though? The mayor's been pretty clear that he doesn't want to clear the corners.
Well, I don't necessarily view it as clearing the corners. I view it as enforcing the law.
This is just more proof that progress is not inevitable, but progress is possible in the state of Maryland. And I am truly humbled to be part of this legacy.
Turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage this morning.
Spotlight. Voters have elected Democrat Wes Moore for governor. He will be the first black chief executive in state history.
Now, Moore is outlining his top priorities going into office, and Shannon Lilly is joining us this morning with his priorities and the event happening today to help him get a start. Shannon.
Well, there will be a meeting today, Tom, between Governor-elect Wes Moore and Governor Larry Hogan. That is happening in Annapolis at noon today, right at the State House. And then immediately following that, Wes Moore will be holding a press conference about transition details as he does make his way into office. Now, this all coming after Governor Larry Hogan tweeted out his congratulations to Wes Moore after the big win. He says, quote, "There is no higher calling than public service and no greater honor than to serve the people of this great state." And one day after the election, Moore tells us one of his top priorities will be tackling crime.
If you don't get public safety right, nothing else is going to work. That means that we are going to work in partnership with local jurisdictions, with local leaders, working in partnership with our new state's attorney, because we've got to make sure we are getting and keeping violent offenders off of our streets.
Now, we also asked Moore about Governor Hogan's violent firearms offender bill that never made it through. And Moore says it's something that he would look at for the upcoming legislative session, not only focusing on getting illegal guns off our streets, but going after the people who continue to bring them into communities.
We've got to move aggressively to be able to make sure that people can and should feel safe in the place they call home.
Meanwhile, our Mackenzie Frost will be in Annapolis today at noon for that meeting between the governor and the governor-elect. And we know that there's going to be an opportunity for reporters to ask questions, so we do hope to get even more insight about Moore's transition today. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
5:06 right now. We are still waiting to find out who will control Congress. And now President Biden is weighing in.
Megan Gillen is at our live center this morning with where things stand now. Megan?
It's neck and neck, guys. Take a look at this. Right now, we've got Democrats with 48 seats, Republicans with 49. We know ballots are still being counted in a number of states like Arizona and Nevada, where it's just still too close to call. But the impacts of this being so close are already being felt. In fact, just hours ago, President Biden wasting no time saying even if Republicans take some control, he won't do anything differently.
Democrats had a strong night, and we lost fewer seats in the House of Representatives than any Democratic president's first midterm election in the last 40 years.
The president calling the results so far proof that his and his party's policies are what Americans want, going on to say he'll do whatever is necessary to block GOP attempts in Congress to weaken Medicaid and Medicare or even pass a nationwide ban on abortion. Republicans, meantime, acknowledging it wasn't the night they wanted, but also not over. Aware that Senate control could come down to that runoff race happening in Georgia in December. We're going to keep you posted as control of Congress still remains in the balance. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. The midterm elections, they've wrapped and the people have spoken. The push is now for accountability among Baltimore City leaders going forward.
We've got chilly temperatures to kick off your Thursday morning. It's Friday Eve, but we are tracking more rain as we head into the weekend. We'll talk about it coming up. 5:11 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. A little chilly to start your morning once again. Got to definitely grab a jacket before you head out. But the good news is we've got warmer temperatures on the way for the afternoon. So after a cool morning, we will have a mild afternoon. Temperatures are going to go back above average for the day. In fact, you can see on your yard and gardening cast, we're in the 40s here this morning, but on our way to the mid to upper 50s and even mid to upper 60s by the time we head into the later part of the day today. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll track Nicole, the very latest impact that it would have on us or will have on us coming up this weekend. Back to you.
Thank you, Justin. Now to a city in crisis. Baltimore police are sharing these pictures of a man they say is the suspect in the shooting of a 13-year-old girl Monday night in East Baltimore.
It happened along Fayette and Caroline Streets. The girl is still fighting for her life. Mayor Brandon Scott says he spoke with the mother, who is desperate for someone to come forward. These pictures are available to share at foxbaltimore.com.
Our coverage of the ongoing squeegee crisis continues this morning as we press the mayor on his long-awaited squeegee collaborative. The questions that still remain ahead of today's announcement.
.15 now. We are tracking Hurricane Nicole this morning as it made a second landfall in Florida this morning.
Now, on the left, when it made landfall in the Bahamas yesterday, it had wind gusts of 75 miles per hour.
And then on the right, we see a live look from Lake Monroe, and we see just the high gusts of winds there. And the remnants from this storm will impact us here in Maryland starting tomorrow.
Well, 5:15, and if it's going to impact us, we need to bring our meteorologist Justin Chambers in. And we've got different cameras, so we have some downtown Tampa. Lake Monroe showed the palm trees that were just almost folding over right now. That's just north of Orlando.
Yeah, exactly right, guys. I mean, this is impacting a large portion of the Sunshine State. Basically, the Florida Keys and Miami are not seeing any of the impacts, but everything north of that is seeing a pretty big impact with these storms. So let's go ahead and pull up, if we can pull up that shot that's on the smart board right over there. And I'm not sure exactly where this is. This is the Lake Monroe shot. Okay, yeah, you can see the wind and the rain. Look at the trees kind of bending right there and just bringing in that storm surge as well. So this is what we're seeing. So the center of the storm is now well over land. It made landfall in Florida around Vero Beach just about 3 o'clock this morning with 75-mile-an-hour winds. Currently down to a tropical storm, so still 70-mile-an-hour winds. But look at the large area of tropical storm force winds and rain that we're seeing, some 400 miles across, all the way through Cape Coral on the west coast of Florida, all the way up toward the Jacksonville area. Orlando, a lot of the theme parks there shut down today because of all of the wind and the rain and that storm surge that is just continuing to move. And this is a rare November hurricane, only the second hurricane to hit Florida in the month of November. So typically it's still hurricane season. We know we've seen stuff that's just been kind of wacky for the last couple of years, but to have the storm that hit this late, that just doesn't typically happen. So here's a look at the track of Nicole. So still 70-mile-an-hour winds with an 85-mile-an-hour wind gusts. It's moving pretty quickly out of the west-northwest at about 14 to 20 miles an hour. It will track over to Tampa, then kind of make that right turn up into the Georgia region here and up toward Atlanta and Charlotte by the time we head into tomorrow afternoon as a tropical depression. Then it will just be what we call a remnant low. That's when we are going to see the impacts from Nicole. Now, most of the models put the center of that to the west of Baltimore, but we're still going to get the rain. That's all going to be starting to come in as we head into your Friday morning, and then really Friday night into Saturday morning is when the heaviest rain is expected here. Not expecting any major flooding. We will probably have some minor flooding here. In fact, we've been very dry and we haven't had rain for a while. It will actually be much needed rain, but the wind, something else we have to watch for. Everything is nice and calm right now. No issues this morning. In fact, 42 is your current temperature at BWI. No wind to speak of either. Here's a look at your bus stop forecast. Beep, beep, as those kids get out to the bus stop in the next few hours. Make sure they have the jacket on. But today will be an onion effect day where you can peel back those layers. We're talking about mid to upper 60s as we head later into the afternoon with plenty of sunshine. Should be a very nice afternoon. Here's that 7-day forecast. Tomorrow is Veterans Day, so it's going to be wet on Veterans Day, but warm. Upper 60s and lower 70s today and tomorrow, even into Saturday, with some leftover showers for the morning time. Sunday and Monday, though, those temperatures take a nosedive. Upper 40s and lower 50s for highs with 30s for overnight lows. Mark, it's going to start to get cold around here. Good morning to you.
Oh, yes, it is. Good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the BART train system, you'll find no major delays or problems on the Camden Penn or Brunswick lines of BART. Light rail link looking good. No delays or issues. Metro subway link still single tracking out there between the Mondawmin station from Mondawmin to Reisterstown Plaza. So allow a little extra time as you will take a delay of about 5 to 10 minutes. And the Upton station still closed due to flooding. Shuttle buses in place there, too, and from the Upton station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. This midterm election, voters making what they want a priority. Coming up after the break, we take these needs to the mayor.
Today, Mayor Scott's finally announcing the details of his squeegee collaborative plan. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you why the plan is already facing criticism.
522, turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage. An historic election ends with Maryland's first black governor and attorney general and first female comptroller. It also gives Democrats control of all statewide offices for the first time in 8 years.
Now here in Baltimore City, voters overwhelmingly choose independence and accountability for elected leaders.
Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost explains what it means, and she has reaction from the mayor.
From a truly independent watchdog to implementing term limits for some elected leaders, Baltimore City voters made their voices very clear on Election Day. And now it appears as if some city council members are poised to make it easier for them to earn a pension.
Good morning, good morning.
Baltimore City voters turning out to the polls, casting their ballots for independence.
I is for Independent Advisory Board.
Question I, creating a truly independent oversight board of the city's inspector general, the watchdog, rooting out waste, fraud, and corruption in the halls of city government.
If you want a strong inspector general, if you want a strong watchdog for the city, they have to be independent.
Instead of politicians overseeing the IG, the board will be made up of people from across Baltimore, passing with 86% of the vote, and ballots are still being counted.
This is a really exciting time in Baltimore City for independence.
David Williams, taxpayer protection advocate, says all eyes are on Baltimore, and this time it's a good thing.
Right now, Baltimore City is the envy of the country.
In the final days leading up to the election, Council President Nick Mosby changing the rules of the game, introducing a bill changing the city's pension requirements, making elected leaders eligible for a payout after 8 years in office instead of 12. While the city's first responders must work 25 years to become eligible for a pension. The council president tying the bill to question K, implementing term limits for the leaders.
As council members, as elected officials, if the citizens of Baltimore vote that they don't want you to be in office for 16 or 20 or 24 years, I think it is prudent of us to be in alignment with where the motivation of the city is.
Voters overwhelmingly telling Baltimore City electeds they don't want them serving more than 2 terms in the same office. Question K, passing with 72% of the vote. And because the council fast-tracked their pension plan in about 3 weeks, the entire council now poised to pass the bill.
This is the most self-serving piece of legislation that I have seen.
Fox 45 News asking some of the members who supported the bill just this week, why?
I work hard in the city for my constituents.
Councilman Robert Stokes not shy about his desire to draw a pension.
I bring money to my constituents. Only job I have.
Stokes' claim remains in question. Fox 45 News finding a slew of bills and resolutions with Stokes' name attached, mostly as a co-sponsor, and the majority of the bills oversight hearings. Stokes is the same councilman who called an investigative hearing into ghost student and grade-changing news uncovered by Fox 45's Project Baltimore, only not to ask city schools about it.
Why not you ask the hard questions?
Because I'm setting the tone. My tone is to be able to talk about school performance.
Stokes also refusing to attend Fox 45's town hall held in his district, talking about crime, which is one of the most dangerous council districts in all of Baltimore. And now, if approved by the council, he will earn a pension. Right now, Stokes earns nearly $74,000 a year. We sent him a couple of questions via email Wednesday, asking, what bills have you sponsored and gotten adopted that impact your constituents directly? What money are you referring to when you say you, quote, bring money to your constituents? The councilman ignoring the questions, refusing to provide more details. Meanwhile, Mayor Brandon Scott issuing a lengthy statement about Election Day, but he doesn't mention Question K and term limits set to become reality. Fox 45 News, though, catching up with the mayor in South Baltimore.
Listen, I supported term limits and voted term limits twice. So for me, we know that the voters have spoken. I wish we would have made that decision to have term limits 4 years ago and before that, when I voted on it before that, and now we just have to make sure that all the other regulations fall in line with it.
Mayor Brandon Scott says he hasn't had time to look at the pension plan, so it's unclear if he will sign it. It's unclear when that pension plan will be up for a third reader vote inside City Hall, but it's clear Baltimore City voters want to send a message to their elected leaders, saying that they want accountability, transparency, and independence from their elected leaders. In Baltimore, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
Now, we want to know what you think about this. Should elected city leaders give themselves pensions after just 8 years instead of the current 12 years? So far, 93% say keep it at 12 years. You can still weigh in by going to foxbaltimore.com and click on the Pulse tab to cast your vote.
Shockingly low numbers show major learning loss inside city schools. Coming up, we're live from City Hall with how leaders are addressing this problem today.
And new developments in the potential strike that could throw our supply chain off the rails, the demands that could prevent major losses. It is 5:27 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning and welcome back on this Thursday. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Another cold start to your morning, too, as you head out or maybe get the kids ready for the bus stop.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with a look at what the rest of the day will bring.
Yeah, and it is definitely chilly, guys. Also dark, and a lot of us were talking here in the break about a lot of animals on the road and carcasses too. So be aware of that, especially before that sun comes up, because there's a lot of activity going on right now. Here's a look outside right now over the Inner Harbor. We've got partly cloudy skies at this time and temperatures that are mainly hanging out in the 30s and 40s. It's a chilly Thursday morning again. Now we will warm up for the afternoon, and we are tracking rain from Nicole as early as tomorrow. So as you rise and shine with us over the next couple of hours, grab that steaming cup of joe. We're talking lower 40s here through the 6, 7, and 8 o'clock hours. Sun comes up a little more than an hour away from right now. 68 today. That is going to be a nice afternoon. We're in the lower 70s tomorrow, even with the rain, and Saturday still mid 60s. But we've got some big changes when it comes to temperatures. We'll preview that and have a look as well coming up.
When I release the Squeegee Collaborative is when I go talk about the Squeegee Collaborative. And we're going to do that for you guys very soon.
Well, we begin this half hour in a city in crisis. Today, Mayor Brandon Scott will release his long-awaited Squeegee Collaborative report.
Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost will be at that conference later this afternoon as the mayor outlines his plan.
We start this half hour with Olivia Dance. She is joining us live from a street corner where you commonly see Squeegee kids, with more details going into today's announcement. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, in recent months, Mayor Scott has brought together police, community members, and squeegee kids themselves to develop a plan, and he will finally announce the details of that plan at 1:30 this afternoon right here at the Under Armour House on Fayette Street. Now, several city and community leaders are listed as participants at the announcement, but one noticeable name missing is State's Attorney-elect Ivan Bates. In the past, Mayor Scott has refused to clear squeegee kids from corners, while Bates has said they simply can't be there.
To me, there's a difference of panhandling, holding a sign very quietly in a area, not going in and out of traffic.
Right.
Going in and out of traffic is an action. Therefore, I believe that action is illegal.
Despite their different approaches, the mayor continues to insist that he and Bates are in agreement when it comes to squeegee kids. Last week, details of the mayor's squeegee collaborative plan were leaked, which includes self-policing by the squeegee kids and some kind of guaranteed income program to discourage the practice. But other than those leaked details, the mayor has really been quiet about the squeegee collaborative plan. But of course, Fox 45 News will be at the announcement today to get the latest details. Back to you.
Olivia, you mentioned that guaranteed income program. What was the initial reaction when those details were made public?
You know, Patrice, the leaked details were immediately met with criticism. In fact, Fox 45 News spoke with Thuru Vignaraja, who's a former federal prosecutor and also a former candidate for mayor. Take a listen to what he had to say.
This feeds into the culture of low expectations that we have here in Baltimore. These young men deserve better than to self-regulate and to be paid not to commit crimes. I think the bigger problem here is that there are laws on the books that we're refusing to enforce.
So we'll just have to wait and see if we'll get clarity on that income program at today's meeting. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. 5:33 and turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Today, Baltimore City Council members will be holding a meeting with city schools to go over education and performance data.
This comes as new test results show startling numbers about the toll that COVID-19 is having on student learning, particularly in city schools.
And Shannon Lilly is joining us live now from downtown Baltimore with a preview of today's meeting and a look at those numbers. Shannon.
Well, today's meeting will start in just a few hours, Tom, and this all comes as city leaders are going to be digging into the impact that the COVID-19 pandemic has had on your child's education, and new test scores shows that impact is severe. In fact, take a look at this. Numbers are already down across our nation, but especially right here in our state, where data from the National Assessment of Education Progress shows a majority of the state's 4th and 8th graders are not proficient in math or reading. But in Baltimore City, students are performing significantly lower than the average public. In fact, of the 26 largest school districts analyzed nationwide, Baltimore City 4th and 8th grade students are only performing better than one city, and that is Detroit. In math, 4th graders in Baltimore City on average are testing 26 points lower than their peers in other large cities. In Baltimore, 8th graders testing an average of 21 points lower. In a statement, the superintendent of Maryland's public schools says, quote, "There is no sugarcoating these results. Maryland has been experiencing a downward trend since 2013, and a return to normal is not good enough. The current struggles of our students cannot be solely attributed to the pandemic." Well, this discussion will certainly continue right here at City Hall today, with city leaders and the school district meeting here to discuss it. Again, that meeting gets started at 10 this morning. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. The threat of a nationwide railroad strike that would cripple our supply chain is now delayed.
Megan Gillen at our live center with what we're learning right now. Megan.
So here's the latest, guys. The strike is delayed, but as you can see, only until early next month. If you remember, November 19th was the deadline that all 4 major rail unions previously set to strike. That deadline now pushed back to December 4th if certain quality of life demands aren't met, which for the most part include added paid sick time, better schedules, and increased benefits. Taking you live to Capitol Hill now, where Congress can step in here and help block a strike, understanding the potential economic impacts are so high. We know lawmakers return from recess next week. At this point, though, there's no word yet on what, if any, action they might take. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Following the midterm elections, we're still waiting on results for some close races. The words coming from the candidates as mail-in ballot counting starts today in Anne Arundel County.
Plus, we're waking up chilly once again. Our Weather Authority team is tracking warmer temperatures and rain for the weekend. 5:37, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.540 is your time right now. It is 20 minutes in front of 6 o'clock now on your Thursday. Happy Friday Eve, everybody. And we've got Veterans Day weekend right around the corner. We've got the live cam right here showing us that we have a few clouds kind of hanging around at this time. Temperature's still chilly, but I got to tell you, Carlos the Crab, we got a happy crab today in 5 on the Crabcast because temperatures are going to be above average and overall we stayed dry. How about a high of 68? We had 58 yesterday, so we're going to be warmer than that. We'll drop to the 50s tonight, so not as cold tomorrow morning, but we are tracking rain on Friday. And we'll have an update on that coming up for you in just a few.
5:40 and turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage. We are seeing Democratic victories in a pair of key county executive races.
Now, in Baltimore County, incumbent Johnny Olszewski held on to defeat Republican Pat McDonough.
A similar margin in Howard County as Calvin Ball took 57% of the vote against Alan Kittleman in a rematch.
But in Anne Arundel County, Democratic incumbent Stuart Pittman currently trails Republican Jessica Hare. The 11,000 vote lead is not a decisive margin, though. Pitt remains proud of his campaign that he ran.
We raised the bar for what public service means in this county, and people noticed it. And it was a grassroots campaign. We had way less money last time than the opponent, and this time actually I've had a whole lot less money than my opponent this time. But it's been a grassroots campaign of people who mobilized because that's how we governed.
Anne Arundel County will begin opening mail-in ballots today. More than 45,000 ballots have been received. Most of the mail-in ballots belong to Democrats. Officials say it is enough to change the outcome if party lines are held, but it could be days before the winner is known.
Baltimore City glowing green this morning. Coming up after the break, the reason behind the green out and how local organizations trying to make a difference.
Plus, the World Cup is less than 2 weeks away, how Qatar is getting prepared, and the accommodations that will be available. 5:41 is the time.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
544 trending this morning. You may have seen some of Maryland's famous landmarks looking a little different this week. Here's a look at M&T Bank. M&T Bank Stadium lit up in green. It's all part of Operation Greenlight to celebrate Veterans Day this week. The University of Maryland Medical System is also illuminating all of its hospitals in green. Governor Larry Hogan says the initiative supports military veterans and raises awareness about Veterans Affairs.
We are getting a first look at some of the fan villages for the upcoming FIFA World Cup in Qatar. Now check this out. The village is made up of refurbished shipping containers. You see that? And it contains 6,000 units, complete with air conditioning and then access to bus and metro line to stadium areas. Now, officials are marketing as a low-end option, which makes it cheaper than hotels. Don't forget, World Cup starts in less than 2 weeks. Opening match is Sunday, November 20th. U.S. men play Monday afternoon, taking on Wales. You can watch that match and the majority of the games right here on Fox 45.
The Maryland Zoo in Baltimore is trying to revive the state's native turtle population. Check out this little guy, very little. He is one of the wood turtles being raised by the Maryland Zoo, getting ready to be released into the wild next year. Wood turtles are native to some of the forests in western Maryland, and the zoo is working to get 6 hatchlings back to their home. That's super tiny.
It is super tiny. It's like,
so maybe I wonder how much it'll grow before they release it next year.
Right, and I had a wood turtle, and then it got eaten by a frog. You know, it's kind of like, what?
Oh,
that thing is tiny.
It's
like
that
a wood
took a turn.
chunk.
All right, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Today's National Vanilla Cupcake Day. Do you guys like vanilla cupcakes?
Sure.
Sure.
Just kind of sure? Just not?
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing like, woo! I mean, you know, but
Just
does it need a day?
Huh?
Does it need a day?
Apparently it does. November 10th. That's it. Vanilla Cupcake Day. So.
Interesting. I have a friend who doesn't like cupcakes. She likes cakes, and we had a whole discussion about what's the difference.
That's weird.
It is weird.
That's very strange.
I'm going to have to text her today and tell her.
Please do. I would like to know. I would like to know. Let me know what she says. All right.
Oh, it was a whole discussion.
Okay, good. Our Towson camera right now. Good morning to all of you. Happy Thursday. Yes, Friday Eve, almost the weekend, a bye weekend here. So Ravens not playing this weekend. We will not have Purple Friday tomorrow. Here's a look at our Towson camera. You can always wear purple if you want. 42 your temperature right now in Towson. No wind to speak of at this time and no rain as well. Here's a look at your bus stop forecast. Beep, beep, getting the kids out to the bus stop this morning. Onion effect in play where you'll need the layers this morning, peeling back those layers later this afternoon like an onion or a snake as it sheds its skin. 43 by 7 a.m. I like the onion, analogy a lot better, but 66 your temperature by 3 o'clock. So when you pick the kids up this afternoon, should be good to go. Also a good day to play some golf maybe or any outdoor activities. Lower 50s by 9 a.m., 60s through noon and into those mid to upper 60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. So temperatures today will be warmer than yesterday. Overall, it was a very nice fall afternoon, and it's going to be even nicer today with mid 60s for Westminster and Eldersburg. Hereford zone at 62, 65 Perry Hall and White Marsh, even 67 in Dundalk this afternoon. Mid to upper 60s for Howard and Anne Arundel counties. Those are going to be your numbers throughout the day today. And even up and down the 95 corridor. Look at that, 67 in Philly, almost 70 in D.C. this afternoon, 63 in Cumberland, and mid-60s heading down the ocean there in Ocean City. Now enjoy these temperatures for the next couple of days. Even though we've got rain tomorrow and into Saturday, look at those numbers dropping off. The red line is the average line. So typically upper 50s is where we are for mid-November. Not going to be anywhere close to that. Our highs will only be in the upper 40s and lower 50s. All right, this is a look at Tropical Storm Nicole. The center of this storm is now just to the south of Orlando. It made landfall in Florida a couple of hours ago as a Category 1 hurricane, but it is spreading tropical storm force winds some 450 miles and mainly to the north of the center of the storm. So Orlando up into Jacksonville, up into Port Orange. I believe we have a couple of shots here. What's going on? And it looks like, it looks like a reporter is getting ready to set up. You can see this shot right there with the pounding wind and waves and the rain that is happening right there. Those trees are kind of bent over. And then another shot here. Well, it looks like it's just a little windy and rainy. Obviously, you can see those signs kind of moving around a bit Cocoa Beach, Florida. Thank you for that. So we are seeing some of the areas that are getting impacted from Nicole. So again, this storm is going to impact us as it tracks across the state of Florida over toward now the west coast. Then it's going to be tracking up toward Georgia by the time we get into tomorrow, bringing a lot of wind and rain to Atlanta, up into the Charlotte area as well. For us, the center of the storm is going to stay to the west of Baltimore. So over the Appalachians into West Virginia, that's where we'll see the heaviest rain. We're still going to get wind and rain from the storm by the time we head into your Friday, especially as we get into Friday afternoon and into early Saturday morning. You'll get an increase in cloud cover today, more of that moisture moving in. But as we head into tomorrow, here comes the rain. Tomorrow morning, some scattered showers for your commute. We'll take a break in the middle of the day and then more rain later on. There's the center right there. And you can see the heaviest rain is going to happen in the overnight hours into early Saturday morning. It's going to be breezy to windy on Saturday afternoon with a few leftover showers before we dry out on Sunday. Here's that 7-day forecast. Lots to talk about. 60s and 70s today and tomorrow. And then those temperatures dropping off pretty significantly. Sunday, only a high of 50 degrees. All right, Mark Jones with the MTA. How are we looking with mass transit, sir?
Well, good morning, Justin. Looking pretty good out there, especially on Light Rail Link. It's operating on time from end to end, no delays or issues. Out there on Metro Subway Link, though, you will find single tracking between the Reisterstown Plaza and Mondawmin stations as maintenance continues there on Metro Subway Link. Allow time for travel as you will take a delay of about 5 to 10 minutes. Upton Station still closed due to flooding. Shuttle buses in place to and from the Upton Station. Out there on Mark Train 407 on the Penn Line, and Camden Train 843, both running about 5 minutes late. The other trains of Mark look good for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
The fallout from the midterm elections has some already speculating about the presidential race in 2024. I'm Kayla Gaskins in Washington.
Plus, Fox 45 News continues to hold city leaders accountable regarding squeegee kids, what we can expect coming out of today's squeegee collaborative announcement. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. 5:54 in your Vote 2022 coverage. The red wave didn't wash over the country as many predicted, but some prominent Republicans had very good nights.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us from Capitol Hill with what those victories could mean for the political landscape now moving forward.
Voters handing some decisive victories on Tuesday.
Freedom is here to stay.
Perhaps the biggest winner, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, beating Democrat Charlie Crist by 20 percentage points.
We not only won election, we have rewritten the political map.
Republican Marco Rubio holding on to his Florida Senate seat easily, beating Democrat Val Demings.
And they will reward leaders that pay attention to them.
Prominent Republicans Tim Scott from South Carolina and Governor Greg Abbott in Texas sailing to victory in their races. These easy victories and new questions about whether former President Donald Trump is partially to blame for Republicans' lackluster performance on Election Day, spurring speculation about those running in 2024.
I think the big message from this election is that voters want their elected leaders to get things done.
Virginia Governor Republican Glenn Youngkin, who won a decisive victory in blue-leaning Virginia last year, is seen as a possible 2024 option for Republicans.
Governors who have been delivering were rewarded with a lot of support and a lot of bipartisan support.
DeSantis increasingly looking like a presidential contender himself.
We made promises to the people of Florida, and we have delivered on those promises.
And possible rival to Trump, who is expected to announce his own bid for 2024 next week. A number of Trump's own cabinet officials expected to challenge him, including Vice President Mike Pence, UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, and Secretary of State Mike Pompeo. A potentially crowded field as the GOP asks whether it's time to re-embrace the former president or move on. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
President Joe Biden is calling election night a strong one for Democrats.
Now, we noted the giant red wave that had been predicted, with Republicans hoping to retake power of the House and Senate. As the votes came in, though, it was clear the decisive mandate on the Biden agenda was not guaranteed. Biden acknowledging the frustrations of voters and pledged to stay the course and reach across the aisle.
Regardless of what the final tally in these elections show, and there's still some counting going on, I'm prepared to work with my Republican colleagues. The American people have made clear, I think, that they expect Republicans to be prepared to work with me as well.
Biden says compromise will not extend to cuts or changes to Social Security and Medicare or any attempt to pass a national ban on abortion. And he says he will not approve any Republican legislation that adds to inflation.
The voters don't want to pay higher prescription costs for drugs. We've cut that now. We're going to kick into gear next year, next calendar year. And I'm not going to walk away from the historic commitments we just made to take on the climate crisis. They're not compromisable issues to me, and I won't let it happen.
Well, President Biden says that it has always been his intention to run again, regardless of the midterm election results. He could make that final call sometime early next year, but he said it has to be a family decision.
I think everybody wants me to run, but we're going to have discussions about it. And I don't feel any hurry one way or another to make that judgment today, tomorrow, or whenever, no matter what my predecessor does.
President Biden says polling that shows 2/3 of Americans don't want him to run again won't impact his decision. He joked that it would be fun to see Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis and former President Trump run against each other, but noted there also needs to be a serious effort to keep Trump from regaining the Oval Office. A new survey out from AP Votecast of more than 94,000 voters shows what was on their minds as they cast their ballots this midterm cycle.
Now, the economy, the top issue facing the country for 50% of voters. 44% of voters say the future of democracy was their primary consideration. These were by far the top two issues on the mind of voters. Other issues were top of mind for just 10% of voters, including abortion, health care, climate change, and gun policy.
Today, Mayor Scott is finally announcing the details of his squeegee collaborative plan after there's been months of bad encounters with squeegee kids. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you what we know so far about his plan.
We have a new governor-elect, and he will be meeting with Governor Larry Hogan today. Coming up, we're going to talk about Wes Moore's transition into office and how he plans to tackle crime in the city.
And we are waking up to chilly temperatures once again. We're tracking rain from Nicole moving in for the weekend. All of that coming up in my Weather Authority forecast. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, November 10th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and another cool, crisp start to your morning here. And we want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, talking about the sun yesterday. You and I got to fly over Baltimore.
Yeah, it was a real nice day, wasn't it, Tom? Yeah. Patrice, good morning to both of you. And yeah, the sun was out yesterday. We're going to have the sun today with about 7 to 10 degrees warmer conditions in terms of our afternoon numbers. So those numbers will be above average. And right there, yeah, that's the shot. You can see right over the Inner Harbor. A few clouds kind of hanging around at this time. You're waking up statewide to temperatures in the 30s and 40s. The colder spots are north of Baltimore, up into Westminster, Bel Air, Hagerstown at 41. But we're a little warmer down toward Annapolis and out toward the eastern shore. A chilly Thursday morning, warmer afternoon on the way. We are tracking rain from Nicole, and that is the storm that will be impacting us starting tomorrow. But lower 40s for the next few hours. Mr. Bo says we are good to go on your morning drive. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now. How are we looking on the roads, Tom?
Pretty good, except for one incident right now, and we're talking about, yes, BW Parkway here, right in Jessup, northbound. We're seeing that it's a crash involving one vehicle there, northbound there. However, it's causing bigger delays southbound. 295, it's backed up southbound and northbound. One vehicle, so it must have gone across the median there somehow, and it's causing delays more southbound than northbound. We begin this morning in a city in crisis and the ongoing discussion about squeegee kids on Baltimore City streets.
Today, Mayor Brandon Scott will release his squeegee collaborative report during a news conference.
Now, this comes nearly 4 months after it was formed, and as we continue to see heated interactions between squeegee kids and drivers.
This includes, in some instances, squeegee kids damaging cars, assaulting drivers, stealing money, and sometimes carrying guns.
Few details of the report have already been released, including a recommendation to give guaranteed income to squeegee kids.
Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning from where the news conference is set to take place, and she has more on what is expected to come out of today's announcement. Olivia.
Well, good morning, Tom and Patrice. And in recent months, Mayor Scott has brought together police, community members, and squeegee kids themselves to develop a plan. And finally, at 1:30 this afternoon, he will be announcing the details of that plan right here at the Under Armour house on Fayette Street. Now, while we should get more information at today's meeting, details of the squeegee collaborative plan were leaked last week, which includes self-policing by the squeegee kids and some kind of guaranteed income program to discourage the practice. The details immediately faced criticism, though.
Being paid to stay off the corner is not going to work.
We're going to pay them to get off of the corner, but we got people out here working every day, and we get money funded to the city all the time, but this is what we're going to waste it on.
While many were quick to judge the first details of the plan, law enforcement expert Tyrone Powers is taking a more wait-and-see attitude. Take a listen.
No one thinks that young people can grow up to be professional squeegee people. There's no job and career in squeegeeing long term. If we're linking the pay with some training and then that training with a career that's way beyond squeegeeing, then it makes logical sense.
Now, several community leaders will join the mayor at today's announcement, and of course, Fox 45 News will be there to bring you the latest details. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
This is just more proof that progress is not inevitable, but progress is possible in the state of Maryland. And I am truly humbled to be part of this legacy.
Turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage this morning.
Maryland is in the national spotlight. Voters have elected Democrat Wes Moore for governor. He will be the first black chief executive in state history.
Now, Moore is outlining his top priorities going into office. And Shannon Lilly is joining us live from City Hall this morning with his priorities and has details about the event happening today to help him get a fresh start. Shannon.
Yeah, that event, Tom, Governor-elect Wes Moore and Governor Larry Hogan will be meeting today in Annapolis at noon, right at the State House. And then we know following after that, Moore is going to be holding a press conference where he's going to be talking about transition details as he makes his way into office. Now, this is all coming after Governor Larry Hogan already tweeted out his congrats to Wes Moore on the big win. And in that tweet, he says there is, quote, no higher calling than public service and no greater honor than to serve the people of this great state. And one day after the election, Moore tells us one of his top priorities will be tackling crime.
If you don't get public safety right, nothing else is going to work. That means that we are going to work in partnership with local jurisdictions, with local leaders, working in partnership with our new state's attorney, because we've got to make sure we are getting and keeping violent offenders off of our streets.
Now, we also asked more about Governor Hogan's violent firearms offender bill, and you'll remember it never made it through. But Moore says it's something that he would look at for the upcoming legislative session, not only focusing on getting illegal guns off our streets, but going after the people who continue to bring them into communities.
We've got to move aggressively to be able to make sure that people can and should feel safe in the place they call home.
Meanwhile, our Mackenzie Frost will be at that meeting between the governor and the governor-elect in Annapolis today at noon. And we do know that there's going to be an opportunity for the media to ask questions. So we expect to get more information about Moore's transition then. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
6:06 right now. We are still waiting to find out who will control Congress. And now President Biden is weighing in.
Megan Gillen is at our live center this morning with where things stand now. Megan.
We got it right here for you guys. Take a look. Right now, it's pretty close. We've got Republicans with 49 seats. We've got Democrats with 48 seats. We know that there are still ballots being counted in a number of states like Arizona and Nevada where it's still too close to call. But the impacts of what we're seeing here are already being felt. In fact, just hours ago, President Biden wasting no time saying even if Republicans take some control, he won't do anything differently.
Democrats had a strong night, and we lost fewer seats in the House of Representatives than any Democratic president's first midterm election in the last 40 years.
The president calling the results so far proof that his and his party's policies are what Americans want. He went on to say he'll do whatever is necessary to block GOP attempts in Congress to weaken Medicaid and Medicare or pass a nationwide ban on abortion. Republicans, meantime, acknowledging it wasn't the night that they wanted, but also that it's not over, aware that Senate control could come down to that runoff race now happening in Georgia. We're going to keep you posted for now. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Megan. In just a few hours, Baltimore City Council members will hold a meeting with city schools to go over education and performance data. A look at how much the pandemic may have impacted your child's education.
And we're starting out with temperatures in the 30s and 40s again. We're on our way to a very nice afternoon before the rain and thunderstorms roll in. We'll take a look at that coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Stay with us. 6:10 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast for your Friday Eve. Nice morning glow right now. Definitely grab a jacket before you head out. But the good thing is you will not need that jacket later today. So out the door cast, jacket, sunglasses required. But again, you will not need that jacket as we head into the afternoon because temperatures are warming up nicely. But out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours, staying mainly in the 40s here with dry conditions. We're tracking rain and the potential for some thunderstorms as well with the impacts from Nicole in our area. We'll talk about that in just a few.
6:11 now. In Florida, a foul discovery at a Florida security checkpoint. Take a look at this.
Yeah, the TSA posted these photos on Instagram this week, saying that a gun was discovered hidden, you see it right there, inside raw chicken at the Fort Lauderdale International Airport. Passenger reportedly headed to Haiti. More than 700 guns have been discovered at Florida airport checkpoints this year. TSA says civil penalties can reach nearly $14,000. Moral of the story? Don't play chicken with the TSA.
And there's that. All right. The CDC announces an investigation into a listeria outbreak that has been reported in 6 different states, including Maryland. At least 13 people have been hospitalized. 1 death has been reported from Maryland. That's according to a release yesterday. The CDC recommends cleaning the refrigerator, containers, and any surfaces that may have touched meat or cheese from a deli, and avoid eating meat or cheese from any deli counter, especially for those considered high risk. A former Baltimore County educator speaks out to Project Baltimore, the urgent message on school violence and how it affected their decision to leave education.
Oh, Sunshine State residents getting hit with yet another massive storm. Just ahead, how that's going to impact us here at home. Time now, 6:12, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .6:15, Hurricane Nicole makes landfall in Florida early this morning as a Category 1.
Now, much of that state is still recovering from Hurricane Ian. Hurricane watches and warnings are in effect, and officials are asking people to just stay alert.
If you get a weather alert for a tornado, stay in the innermost portion of your home, away from windows. Protect your head and body from debris with a blanket, sleeping bag, mattress, or even a bicycle helmet if you may have one.
Now, officials say the storm expected to weaken in the coming days, still bringing a lot of wind and rain, though. Weather Authority team tracking that storm and where it's heading next.
6:15 here, and we want to check in now with meteorologist Justin Chambers, and this is all heading our direction.
Yeah, exactly right. Patrice, Tom, good morning to both of you, and good morning, everyone. This system actually made landfall in the Bahamas yesterday, and then the second landfall was just a little while ago, about 3 hours ago, just around Vero Beach area as a Category 1 storm with 75-mile-an-hour winds. The center of the storm is south of Orlando. It's quickly moving to the west-northwest at about 10 to 15 miles an hour and spreading a lot of wind and rain. In fact, this is the kind of area, about 440 to 450 miles of tropical storm force winds, north to Jacksonville, south down to Cape Coral. So again, they're getting the wind and the rain. I believe we have some live pictures up. I don't know if we have any available right now that we could pull, but again, showing you what's going on in Florida at this time. This is a look right now. We've got some reporters getting ready to do some live shots there. You can kind of see the wind and the rain as well with the signs that are blowing around everywhere. And you can really see on this shot, if you look at your TV screen right now, the battering wind and the storm surge as well, as we're seeing that here on your Thursday morning. This is what folks in Florida are waking up to there. So having to deal with that. Again, a rare November hurricane, really only the second hurricane that we've seen hit in the month of November in Florida. This is the track of Nicole. So again, 85-mile-an-hour wind gusts, but still 70 miles an hour in terms of a sustained wind. So that makes it a tropical storm heading over toward the west coast of Florida and then up into Georgia early tomorrow morning through the Atlanta area and Charlotte, bringing wind, rain, and potentially some damaging wind gusts and some thunderstorms, possibly even tornadoes. Now, the center of the storm for us will be west of Baltimore by the time we get into Friday afternoon and into early Saturday morning. However, we still have that potential to see some pretty decent rain, and the thunderstorm threat has increased because we've got a very active atmosphere. Our temps will be warm tomorrow, and then we've got the cold front coming in, so that means we could be seeing some thunderstorm activity. Right now, everything is nice and calm. We've got a great Thursday for you. Towson camera right now looking good from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. 42 your temp in Towson, so you'll definitely need a jacket as you head out on this crisp fall morning. Same thing for the kids as they get out to the bus stop. Beep, beep with the onion effect in play. Be peeling back those layers later this afternoon. After starting off in the 40s, we'll be in the mid to upper 60s throughout the afternoon for today. And we'll see those temperatures near that will be a little bit above average for the afternoon. Mid to upper 60s here across Carroll and Baltimore counties for Westminster and Eldersburg over to Reisterstown. 62 in the Hereford zone, 65 Perry Hall and White Marsh, even 67 in Dundalk for you today. Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in those mid to upper 60s for Ellicott City and Elk Ridge down through Odenton, 66 Severna Park down through the capital in Annapolis. And check out these numbers too, up and down the East Coast and the Mid-Atlantic. Philly, Baltimore, D.C., all in the upper 60s, even 70 in Richmond for the afternoon. So we'll definitely take that because look what's coming. Look at this shot. Our temperature tracker, Saturday in the mid-60s. That'll be in the morning time, and then those numbers drop off quite a bit. We're only going to get to a high of 50 on Sunday. And notice we stay below average, below that line right there, all the way through the early part of next week. So we'll definitely have some of that November chill in the air. Again, Veterans Day is tomorrow. Today, Marine Corps birthday, so happy birthday to the Marines there. Breezy with showers on Saturday and even some leftover rain in the morning time. And then, as I mentioned, much colder but drier to the early part of next week. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. Now to your Len Stoller Traffic Network. And the one incident we need to point out is in Jessup. This is on the Baltimore-Washington Parkway. The accident is actually northbound where the both lanes were blocked. You can get by on the shoulder there, but we're seeing delays in the southbound lanes too. Just one vehicle is being marked, so the cameras in that area are not showing anything about this accident. So just make sure that you give yourself a little extra time if you have to travel on BW Parkway towards Washington today. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 511 and Camden train 845, both operating with 5 to 10 minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for the start. Light rail link is on time from end to end, no delays. Metro subway link is delayed. Expect about a 5 to 10 minute delay in your travels. That's due to single tracking between the Reisterstown Plaza and Mondawmin stations, all related to maintenance ongoing. Allow time time there. Upton Station remains closed due to flooding. Shuttle buses in place there. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Today, Mayor Scott is finally announcing the details of his squeegee collaborative plan. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you why the plan is already facing criticism. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Well, more drama off the field for the Washington Commanders. D.C. Attorney General expected to make a major announcement today.
Joy Wang from our Sinclair sister station in Washington, D.C. is there. And Joy, we don't have a lot of details.
Definitely a lot of anticipation. I remember getting those emails in the newsroom wondering, okay, what do we know? What can we find out? Here's what we do know so far. There's been a lot of controversy over the past couple of weeks. We've reported on them. Investigations into the team, including accusations of a toxic workplace culture, plus reports of Dan Snyder looking to sell the team. So now let's get to what is happening later on this afternoon, what is expected today in this building. The DC AG, Karl Racine, is going to have a press conference about what the office calls a major announcement. Now, the team already playing defense, releasing a statement by a spokesperson saying in part, quote, "It is unfortunate that in his final days in office, Mr. Racine appears more interested in making splashy headlines based on offbeat legal theories rather than doing the hard work of making the streets safe for our citizens, including bringing to justice the people who shot one of our players." That player is Brian Robinson Jr., who was shot in D.C. during a robbery back in August. Now, after this statement from the Commanders went out, we heard from Robinson's agent, who tweeted, quote, "Up until an hour ago, the Commanders handled the Brian Robinson situation with so much care, sincerity, and class, and I was so grateful for all of it. Although I know that there are some great humans in that building, whoever is hiding behind this statement is not one of them."
That had team president Jason Wright responding with his statement that's on our website, saying the team's previous comments were meant to be directed at the AG's office. He also admits Brian Robinson should not have been mentioned in the statement. Again, the major announcement from the DC AG today this afternoon at 1. Of course, we will continue to be following this story. 7 Sports also going to be out in Ashburn today. We'll be asking the team some questions. In Northwest DC, Joy Wang, Fox 45 Morning News.
It is a chilly morning with temperatures in the 40s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know when we should expect a warm-up, plus the effects of Hurricane Nicole.
Shockingly low numbers show major learning loss in city schools. Coming up, we are live from City Hall with how leaders are addressing this problem today. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday. Welcome back to all of you. 6:29 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we had the heater turned on last night. First time in a long time.
Whoa. Did you have that smell? You know, like when you put the heater on for the first time, all the dust and stuff?
No, I mean, it was like, what, a month ago? It was really cold temperatures, so we had,
True.
So no
definitely.
more smell.
Well, we definitely have the colder temps that are going to be needing the heater for your car as you make your way out this morning. This is a live look from our Towson camera. Mainly clear skies at this time, and temperatures you can see on the right side of your screen in the 30s and 40s. Cockeysville, Towson, Owings Mills, 42 in Baltimore and Woodlawn, 43 your temp in Woodland Park. So your morning drive, Mr. Bo says, yeah, get the heaters going and the bun warmers if you got them. Numbers in the 40s over the next couple of hours, but we're already to 53 by 9 a.m. and we're going to be in the upper 60s today. We only had 58 yesterday, so about 10 degrees warmer. We're tracking storms, also rain, all part of Nicole's impacts tomorrow. You can see that in your next 3 days, and we'll take another look at that for you coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Patrice?
All right, let's see what's happening on the roads in our Lynn Sterler traffic network. And we are still keeping an eye on a backup in Jessup on the BW Parkway. Southbound is the real problem. It's right near 175. There was a one vehicle crash and drivers moving through that area at a crawl. So give yourself some time or find an alternate route.
When I release the Squeegee Collaborative is when I go talk about the Squeegee Collaborative. And we're going to do that for you guys very soon.
6:30 right now. We begin this half hour in a city in crisis today. Mayor Scott will release his long-awaited Squeegee Collaborative report.
Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost will be at that conference later this afternoon as the mayor does outline his plan.
But we start this half hour with Olivia Dance, and she's joining us live from Southeast Baltimore with more details going into today's announcement. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, in recent months, Mayor Scott has brought together police, community members, and squeegee kids themselves to develop a plan, and he will finally announce the details of that plan at 1:30 this afternoon right here at the Under Armour House on Fayette Street. Now, several city and community leaders are listed as participants at the announcement, but one noticeable name missing is State's Attorney-elect Ivan Bates. Now, in the past, Mayor Scott has refused to clear squeegee kids from corners, while Bates has said they simply can't be there.
To me, there's a difference of panhandling, holding a sign very quietly in a area, not going in and out of traffic.
Right.
Going in and out of traffic is an action. Therefore, I believe that action is illegal.
Despite their different approaches, the mayor continues to insist that he and Bates are in agreement when it comes to squeegee kids. Last week, details of the mayor's Squeegee Collaborative plan were leaked, which includes self-policing by the squeegee kids and some kind of guaranteed income program to discourage the practice. But other than those leaked details, the mayor has been really quiet about the Squeegee Collaborative plan. But of course, Fox 45 News will be at the meeting today and bring you the latest details. Back to you.
So, Olivia, you talked about the guaranteed income program part of this. What was the initial reaction when those details were first made public?
You know, Patrice, those leaked details were immediately met with criticism. In fact, Fox 45 News spoke with Thuru Vignaraja, who's a former federal prosecutor and candidate for mayor. Take a listen to what he had to say.
This feeds into the culture of low expectations that we have here in Baltimore. These young men deserve better than to self-regulate and to be paid not to commit crimes. I think the bigger problem here is that there are laws on the books that we're refusing to enforce.
So we'll just have to wait and see if we get more details about that income program at today's meeting. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, elsewhere in a city in crisis, city council members held a virtual town hall asking questions about a proposed Johns Hopkins private police force and the memorandum of understanding between Hopkins Police and Baltimore Police.
I am very disappointed with Johns Hopkins' approach to the initiation and pending implementation of the JHPD. It has been far from transparent.
Multiplying the sheer number of special police departments in a city like Baltimore makes it much harder for residents and local representatives, to achieve meaningful police accountability.
Now, this meeting comes after Johns Hopkins University's own town halls resulted in protests. Those in favor of the department say they believe the campus will be safer. Just last week, Johns Hopkins University issued a warning to students and staff at its Homewood and Peabody campuses about an increase in serious crime. The university outlined steps being taken to address the issue and mentioned the upcoming launch of its police department.
Well, turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Today, Baltimore City Council members will hold a meeting with city schools to go over education and performance data.
Now, this comes as new test results show startling numbers about the toll COVID-19 is having on student learning, particularly in city schools.
Shannon Lilly joining us live from right in front of City Hall this morning with a preview of today's meeting and a look at those numbers. Shannon.
Yeah, and today's meeting, Tom, will be starting right here in just a few hours. And city leaders are going to be digging into the impact that the pandemic has had on your child's learning. New test results show that impact is severe. In fact, take a look at this. We already know that the numbers in the entire nation are down, and even more so in our state, where data from the National Assessment of Education Progress shows a majority of the state's 4th and 8th graders are not proficient in math or reading. But in Baltimore City, students are performing even lower, significantly lower than the average public. In fact, of the 26 largest school districts analyzed nationwide, Baltimore City 4th and 8th grade students are only performing better than one city, and that is Detroit. In math, 4th graders in Baltimore City on average are testing 26 points lower than their peers in other large cities. And Baltimore's 8th graders testing an average of 21 points lower. In a statement, the superintendent of Maryland's public schools says, quote, "There is no sugarcoating these results. Maryland has been experiencing a downward trend since 2013, and a return to normal is not good enough. The current struggles of our students cannot be solely attributed to the pandemic." And of course, this discussion will only continue right here at City Hall this morning, that meeting getting underway at 10 a.m. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Now, the threat of a nationwide railroad strike that would cripple our supply chain is now delayed.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what we're learning right now. Megan.
Here's the latest, guys. The strike is delayed, but as you can see, it is only until early next month. If you remember, November 19th, that was the deadline for all 4 major rail unions previously set to strike. That deadline now pushed back to December 4th, if certain quality of life demands are in fact met, which for the most part include added paid sick time, better schedules, and increased benefits. Taking you live now to Capitol Hill, where Congress can step in here and help block a strike. Understanding the potential economic impacts are so high. We know lawmakers return from recess next week, but at this point here this morning, there's no word on what, if any, action they might take there on Capitol Hill. We'll keep you posted. For now, that's the latest from our live center. Patrice?
Democrat Anthony Brown becomes the first black man to win Maryland's Attorney General race. In about 20 minutes, Brown will join us live on what he has planned as the state's top law enforcement officer.
Temperatures are chilly now, but we warm up this afternoon. Weather Authority team tracking the temperatures and the rain that's headed our way for the weekend. 6:37 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Winter's on the way. A refresh of some cold weather terms with Missouri meteorologist Matt Gunn.
Watch means conditions are favorable for winter precipitation to be an impact on people's commute. And an advisory means conditions are expected and you are advised to travel with caution. A warning means conditions are expected and you are advised to take action by limiting travel if possible.
For more content like this, follow the National Weather Desk on Twitter.
Time right now is 6:40. It is a Thursday morning. Good morning to all of you. I'm meteorologist Justin Chambers looking out over the Inner Harbor. A few clouds kind of hanging around right now. Temperatures are chilly, so we've got a cool morning, but we're on our way to a mild afternoon. Things looking nice. In fact, some 7 to 10 degrees warmer than where we were yesterday. So if you do want to get out in the yard and get some of the raking done today, cleaning things up, getting ready for Thanksgiving, which is 2 weeks from today, we're going to see those mid to upper 60s for the afternoon. We're back with your full forecast in just a few.
A Baltimore native is making her singing debut. Ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, we're speaking to Gabby Simone on who in the music industry is taking note of her talent.
Oh, and who's moving on to the semifinals in The Masked Singer Season 8. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark is showing those reveals coming up in just a little bit. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.44 now. In your morning rush, Fox 45 News has received complaints of residents having bad encounters with squeegee kids, and today we finally learn more about the mayor's long-awaited squeegee collaborative plan. Olivia Dance is joining us live now. And Olivia, what do we know about the plan?
Well, Patrice, in recent months, Mayor Scott has brought together police, community members, and squeegee kids themselves to develop a plan, and he will finally announce the details of that plan at 1:30 this afternoon, right here at the Under Armour house on Fayette Street. Now, while we should get more information at today's meeting, details of the squeegee collaborative plan were leaked last week, which includes self-policing by the squeegee kids and some kind of guaranteed income program to discourage the practice. Those details were immediately faced with criticism, though. But I'm Olivia Danson, coming up in about 15 minutes here from community residents and experts about why they already have concerns with this plan. Back to you.
Well, happening today, Maryland's new governor-elect, Wes Moore, will be meeting with current Governor Larry Hogan as Moore gears up to take office. Shannon Lilly is joining us live now with a look ahead and what Moore's priorities will be as governor. Shannon.
Well, that meeting happening today, Tom, between Governor-elect Wes Moore and Governor Larry Hogan is going to be happening in Annapolis right at noon at the Maryland State House. And This comes as Moore says he is committed to prioritizing tackling crime in our city and state when he takes office. Now, what that will look like and how he's going to do that, he says that he is going to work with local leaders, local jurisdictions, and our new city state's attorney, Ivan Bates, in order to keep violent offenders off of our streets. But we also expect to learn a whole lot more about details around his transition into office, also in a press conference happening later on today. So I'm going to be breaking all of this down in the next 15 minutes. Stay with us. Now back to you.
Thank you, Shannon. 6:46, and we want to find out exactly how cold it's going to get today.
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here with a look at the forecast.
Yeah, chilly right now, guys, but the good news is we're going to be warmer today than where we ended up yesterday. In fact, you can see that sun rising right there from our Towson camera, getting up on your Thursday, almost Veterans Day. Veterans Day weekend is around the corner. We have to deal with some rain tomorrow and some storms as well, which I'll talk about here in just a sec. 42 is your current temp in Towson. You can always see those temperatures on the right side of your screen when we have that info for you posted. So before you head out the door, you know exactly how to dress. And you will need a jacket here, at least for the next couple of hours on your coffee cast. Maybe a warm beverage, some apple cider donuts, a pumpkin spice latte, whatever you got going. We're seeing those 40s through the next few hours and already to 53 by 9 a.m. Now, into the 10 o'clock hour, we're still looking pretty good with temperatures rising to the mid 50s. And we're going to actually get to the mid to upper 60s later today. You'll see a little bit more cloud cover through the afternoon, but hanging out at happy hour right as the sun goes to bed, we're still going to be in the mid 60s for your Thursday evening. And these highs, as I mentioned, are about 5 to 7 degrees above average for this time of year. You can see 64 Cockeysville and Bel Air, 69 Chestertown, Eastern Shore, even seeing some lower 70s later today with 68 your high in Baltimore City. Great day to fly, pilots. We've had a wonderful day yesterday and another VFR day today. Maybe seeing some MVFR this morning, but overall visual flight rules with not much wind to speak of for the day. Get your flight in today because tomorrow things are going to deteriorate in terms of our conditions. Looking great right now from our HD radar, at least here at home, but we've been tracking Nicole, which made landfall, a second landfall in Florida earlier this morning as a Category 1 hurricane. Currently, Tropical Storm Nicole, 70-mile-an-hour winds. We'll get an update here at the top of the hour, so stay with us for that. But you can see the center of the storm is just south of Orlando. It's bringing wind and rain, especially to areas in Jacksonville, Port Orange, all the way down into the Tampa area on the west side of the state. In some 440 miles, this is how long or how big this storm is, with tropical storm force winds extending all the way out. Just saw a report at Orlando Executive Airport with a 66-mile-an-hour wind gust. So some of those airports are closed or seeing some delays there today. Here's a track from Nicole. You can see this thing moving out toward the west coast of Florida, then up into Georgia by tomorrow morning, impacting Atlanta and Charlotte through tomorrow afternoon. For us, the center of the storm stays to the west, but we're still going to have what we have, a very dynamic atmosphere. A cold front's coming in. You've got the warm air out ahead of that, and that is going to prompt the potential for some rain and even the potential for some thunderstorms. This is the Storm Prediction Center outlook for tomorrow, a marginal risk. That's 1 on a scale of 1 to 5, and typically we don't see strong storms this time of year. You go a little farther to the south in those areas in yellow, southern Maryland down through Richmond, under the slight risk, so that's 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. Could see some strong thunderstorms, possibly even some brief spin-up tornadoes for tomorrow afternoon. So it will be a very active weather day. Our future scan, though, today, we'll see a few of those clouds rolling in later this afternoon. Heading into tomorrow morning, some light showers starting the day. But as we head into tomorrow afternoon, look at that cold front. It's coming in. There's the area of low pressure along that front, and all of that is going to potentially impact us by bringing those showers and thunderstorms, even into early Saturday morning, when we'll see the best chance of that heavy rain pass through. As we get into Saturday afternoon, that storm is out of here. The cold air is going to start moving in like a bulldozer. We're coming in like a wrecking ball, like Miley said. Upper 40s and lower 50s here. Those are going to be your high temperatures for Sunday and Monday and into the middle of next week.
Well, this morning we are talking about who's moving forward to see The Masked Singer Season 8 semifinals.
So here's your warning. Right now, there are about to be some spoilers in the next few seconds. So turn your TV down for a minute. We've got Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark in studio. He's got the recap of last night's unmasking. Hey, Mark.
That's right. First up, we have the gopher from last night. Let's see if you didn't get a chance to see. Who is it? P-Funk All-Star George Clinton revealed last night. Man, we haven't seen George in a long time, and I didn't even realize he got, he's not a spring chicken anymore. And then could it be another George? Let's see.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the two-time heavyweight
George Foreman. And probably the coolest outfit we've seen, guys. So George Clinton, George Foreman, again, they got revealed. What do you think?
I see a pattern here.
But so George Foreman seems like an unlikely person. Can he sing?
Well, I mean, he did okay.
This far.
He carried a tune.
Okay. He must
the guy
have.
can grill. I mean, he knows how to grill.
He
Right?
can grill, but I met him in East Texas in 20-some years ago. He could barely walk then.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's been jamming on the stage, apparently.
And
So
George
guys,
Clinton, we want the funk, right? We got to bring up the funk.
That's right. So, guys, a lot of these contestants are kind of old, right? Are they missing the mark, or is it okay?
Oh, I think it's fine. I think it's fun.
It's okay?
Yeah,
Okay, great.
I think it's okay.
Well, great, because I mean, people saying the same thing about me being here, so I guess it's fine.
Oh, we love you, Mark.
Thanks, guys.
All right, well, thank you, Mark. Well, new Broadway production taking over the Baltimore Center stage. Just ahead, how it's giving audiences a show that is dead funny, but no joke.
The 2022 Toys for Tots campaign is launching in the Baltimore area. Just ahead for our hometown hotspot, the big items they need this year. And for the adults, if you're looking for gift ideas, coffee, always a safe bet.
Always. In fact, it's time for a coffee break.
$6:55 in today's Assignment America. Tech billionaires are losing money hand over fist this year. This amid a massive downturn in tech stocks.
Now, according to Bloomberg's Billionaires Index, 8 of the top 10 billionaires who have lost the most money, are in the tech industry.
Some of those names are household ones, including Elon Musk, who's lost about $90 billion. And then there's Meta's Mark Zuckerberg, who's lost about $88 billion.
Amazon Jeff Bezos is down $79 billion. Mackenzie Scott, Bezos' ex-wife, losing $35 billion. And Microsoft Bill Gates has lost $28 billion. Well, besides the CEOs losing billions of dollars, what is something that Meta, Twitter, and Microsoft all have in common?
They're all tech companies, and they've all announced job cuts in a matter of weeks, and they're not the only ones.
Dee Gatton with our national desk joins us now with a look at what's happening and what it could mean for our economy.
The tech industry is estimated to be worth trillions of dollars. Experts tell me these massive layoffs at big tech companies mark a turning point for the industry. Professor of Management Dr. Christopher Kays says there have been sky-high expectations for growth in the past couple of years. Big companies like Twitter staffed up to meet demands. Now companies haven't achieved the growth, they don't have the funding, and are slashing jobs. At a lot of these firms, he notes reduced advertising spending, which is something these firms depend on. On the other side, real people losing their jobs. Microsoft had much smaller layoffs than other companies, but experienced them nonetheless. I spoke to Union Palenches, who works there, who knows people who were impacted.
I know someone who got laid off at Microsoft and was rehired on a different team. So, there's products that aren't working. They have to cut a whole product or a whole organization. And so they lay them off, but it doesn't mean that they don't want the employees. It's just that maybe that product's not working.
So these jobs will be redistributed to other areas. And so in some ways, it's going to take pressure off, say, for example, the Federal Reserve, who is really looking to lower the number of job openings out there. So what we'll probably see is a decrease in the number of job openings in the next couple of months.
The latest numbers show employers added more than 200,000 jobs in October. But Palenches worries about hiring freezes impacting people's ability to find work. Meantime, Kay says in the months to come, you could see some level of layoffs in tech spilling over into other industries. He says you could see people laid off moving to other sectors, such as manufacturing. In fact, the U.S. Department of Labor notes in 2022 alone, the manufacturing sector added more than 300,000 new jobs. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Dee Gatton.
Well, Twitter owner Elon Musk is asking advertisers, give him a chance.
He held a Twitter Space session Wednesday. Representatives from Adidas, Chevron, Kate Spade, Nissan, and Walgreens were all in attendance.
Musk said he wanted Twitter, quote, to be a force that moves civilization in a positive direction. Now, for him, an indicator of success would be growth in users and advertisers. But many advertisers are questioning the direction of the company following Musk's takeover.
Meanwhile, Twitter is also battling a wave of impersonators since launching its new paid verification system. Several fake verified accounts have since been suspended. Musk said accounts abusing the new system will be permanently banned.
In other tech news, Disney has reached a new streaming milestone and now says it has more subscribers than Netflix.
Now, Disney says that its Disney Plus, ESPN Plus, and Hulu services reached more than 235 million subscribers combined by October 1st. That tops Netflix's own 223 million subscribers. Now, Disney says they were able to add more customers through family-friendly features and franchises.
You can get Fox 45 News in a flash through your Amazon Alexa or Echo. We now deliver your local headlines and forecasts in less than 2 minutes. If you have an Amazon device, tell it to enable Fox 45 Baltimore.
When I release this Squeegee Collaborative is when I go talk about the Squeegee Collaborative. And we're going to do that for you guys very soon.
Today's the day we're previewing the mayor's announcement of his Squeegee Collaborative plan. What we know so far and what we're still hoping to learn.
Marylanders making history in their choices for governor, state comptroller, and attorney general. We're speaking with Attorney General-elect Anthony Brown on fairness in sentencing and the legalization of marijuana for recreational use.
Temperatures are chilly right now, but we've got a warmer day ahead. One more day of the sun before the rain and storms roll in. We'll be talking about all that on Fox 45 Morning News.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Thursday, November 10th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. Just got to look at our forecast.
Yeah, good morning, Tom. Patrice, good morning to all of you as well. We are keeping those temperatures chilly with a lot of us in the 30s and 40s right now. Beautiful shot, though, over the stadiums and over downtown. We're 10 days into November now, at least as we start the morning. And temperatures statewide, 30s in Cumberland, 41 in Hagerstown and Westminster, 36 in Frederick, but lower 40s for Bel Air down through Baltimore, even lower 50s in Annapolis this hour. So Mr. Bo says we are good to go, keeping our temps in the 40s for the next few hours. Probably need at least the bun warmers on, and we'll top out at 68 today. Overnight, we're going to drop to the upper 50s, so not bad, mild overnight, but the rain and storms on the way for us for tomorrow, even though we'll be even warmer. We'll take another update. We'll show you another update on that coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Tom.
All right, thank you, Justin. Now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network. In fact, we're watching an accident in Jessup. There's two actually happening right now. This is on BW Parkway, though, and the accident is actually northbound, but it's causing more of a delay southbound because the left lane is blocked there both directions. And also there's another one on 95 North right near White Marsh Boulevard this morning where there's multiple vehicles involved in that accident. That's southbound before you get to White Marsh Boulevard 43, and that's causing some major delays back all the way into the White Marsh area because of 95 southbound.
7:01, we begin this morning in a city in crisis and the ongoing discussion about squeegee kids on Baltimore City streets. Today, Mayor Brandon Scott will release his squeegee collaborative report during a news conference.
Now, this comes nearly 4 months after it was formed, and as we continue to see heated interactions between squeegee kids and drivers. This includes, in some instances, squeegee kids damaging cars, assaulting drivers, stealing money, sometimes carrying guns.
A few details of the report have already been released, including a recommendation to give guaranteed income to squeegee kids. Olivia Dance joining us live this morning from where that news conference is set to take place, and she has more on what we can expect. Olivia.
Good morning, Tom and Patrice. And in recent months, Mayor Scott brought together police, community members, and squeegee kids themselves to develop a plan. And he will finally announce the details of that plan at 1:30 this afternoon, right here at the Under Armour House on Fayette Street. And while we should get more information at today's meeting, details of a squeegee collaborative plan were leaked last week, which includes self-policing by the squeegee kids and some kind of guaranteed income program to discourage the practice. The details, though, immediately faced criticism.
Being paid to stay off the corner is not going to work.
We're going to pay them to get off of the corner, but we got people out here working every day, and we get money funded to the city all the time, but this is what we're going to waste it on.
As you just heard, many were quick to judge the first details of the plan, and law enforcement expert Tyrone Powers is taking a more wait-and-see attitude. Take a listen.
No one thinks that young people can grow up to be professional squeegee people. There's no job and career in squeegeeing long term. If we're linking the pay with some training and then that training with a career that's way beyond squeegeeing, then it makes logical sense.
And several community leaders will join Mayor Scott at today's announcement. And of course, Fox 45 News will be there and will bring you the latest details. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. City State's Attorney-elect Ivan Bates told Fox 45 News he's also keeping a close eye on the squeegee collaborative recommendations. Mayor Brandon Scott has said that he will not use existing laws to get the squeegee kids out of the streets, saying that what they're doing is considered panhandling, he says, which is protected by the First Amendment.
Last month, Bates told Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost that he disagrees with the mayor on his interpretation of the law. He said he's waiting to see the results of the squeegee collaborative before he moves forward on the issue.
Well, first, let me hear what they have to say. They may say that they need to leave, and we're going to direct them into this direction.
Do you think that will happen, though? The mayor's been pretty clear that he doesn't want to clear the corners.
Well, I don't necessarily view it as clearing the corners. I view it as enforcing the law.
This is just more proof that progress is not inevitable, but progress is possible in the state of Maryland. And I am truly humbled to be part of this legacy.
Well, turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage this morning.
Maryland is in the national spotlight. Voters have elected Democrat Wes Moore for governor. He will be the first black chief executive in state history.
And Moore is outlining his top priorities going into office. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning with those priorities and the event that's actually happening today, Shannon, to help him have a smooth transition.
Yeah, Tom, that event, Governor-elect Wes Moore and Governor Larry Hogan are going to be meeting in Annapolis at the State House right at noon today. And then we know following that, Moore is going to be holding a press conference talking about key transition details as he makes his way into office. Now, this is all coming after Governor Larry Hogan already tweeted out his congratulations to Moore following the big win. And in that tweet, he says there is, quote, no higher calling than public service and no greater honor than to serve the people of this great state, end quote. And one day after the election, Moore tells us one of his top priorities will be tackling crime.
If you don't get public safety right, nothing else is going to work. That means that we are going to work in partnership with local jurisdictions, with local leaders, working in partnership with our new state's attorney, because we've got to make sure we are getting and keeping violent offenders off of our streets.
Well, we also asked Moore about Governor Hogan's violent firearms offender bill, and that never made it through, you'll remember. But Moore says it's something that he would look at for the upcoming legislative session. He not only wants to focus on getting illegal guns off our streets, but going after the people who continue to bring them into communities.
We've got to move aggressively to be able to make sure that people can and should feel safe in the place they call home.
Meanwhile, our Mackenzie Frost will be at that meeting between the governor-elect and the governor today at noon in Annapolis. And we know there's going to be an opportunity for reporters to ask questions, so we do hope to get more insight into Moore's transition today. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. 7:07 and Fox 45 News continues to bring you beyond the podium as Maryland's new elected candidates get ready to transition from campaigning to leading in their new roles. And joining us now, Maryland's Attorney General-elect Congressman Anthony Brown. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us.
Tom, thanks for having me on this morning.
Sure. Congratulations on the win, and now it's right to work, really, for you.
Absolutely. I mean, the campaign trail was grueling, had an opportunity to speak with voters about issues that are important to them, but now the real works begin. And as you know, as Governor-elect Moore said, progress isn't inevitable, and it takes the tireless work and effort of dedicated people to actually achieve that progress.
Now, in your campaign, you ran on history of decriminalizing marijuana at one point, as one of the points that you ran on. Maryland voters just passed it to be legal for recreational use. How will you use the AG's office now moving forward on this subject?
Certainly. Well, look, the Maryland voters spoke loud and clear. Adult recreational use of cannabis will now be lawful as of July 1st. And I think it's important to emphasize it's July 1st. So there's work that has to be done. We've got to put into place the regulations to regulate it, to tax it, to make sure that it is sold in a lawful way. Many ways like what we do for alcohol and tobacco. So I'll be working with the General Assembly on refining the laws, also focusing on things like expungement. Far too many Marylanders are held back today because of records for possession, criminal records for possession of small amounts of marijuana. We have to address that as well. It's a barrier for too many Marylanders. So there's a lot of work to do, but we're moving in the right direction.
Another issue that you were talking about was fairness in sentencing, so you'll be addressing that too. But I want to get to something else, though, the transition between Frosh and now moving into you. He's been working on two very public stories, Adnan Syed case and the detailed review of the last 100 people who died while in police custody. Do you plan on carrying on his same exact torch?
Sure. Listen, what we'll do is we will look at all of the cases that are pending on that day in January when I'm sworn in. Right now, there's only one attorney general. Brian Frosh and his team are doing the work of the people. They're reviewing criminal sentences. They're representing state's attorneys around the state on criminal appeals. So we're going to let that play out. We'll see what's on the table come January, and what the decisions we make will be based on equity and fairness in our justice system.
Your first role, though, as Attorney General for Maryland, what do you hope to accomplish week one?
Week one, we want to make sure we're assembling a team that reflects the diversity of Maryland. And then probably week two at the opening session of the General Assembly, we need additional resources and authorities for the office. Public safety, as you just reporting on, is a top priority. I need more investigators and prosecutors to work with Baltimore City, jurisdictions around the state, focusing on organized crime, getting guns off the street, focusing on the most violent offenders. But I also know that we're not going to prosecute and incarcerate our way to safe neighborhoods. We have to continue reforming our criminal justice system to make sure that it's fair and equitable, and we're not producing repeat offenders.
Well, Congressman Anthony Brown, Maryland's new Attorney General, congratulations and thanks again for speaking with us.
Thanks for having me on this morning.
Sure. Fox 45 News has been working tirelessly to bring you interviews with candidates from this midterm election. For more interviews, you can head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com. Just click on the Vote 2022 tab. Some big changes in our forecast as we're heading into Veterans Day weekend. In fact, we have a storm in Florida that our weather crew has been working on.
Right, and we're going to feel the remnants of that here. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with all those details.
Yeah, and everything is going to be great today, guys. So this is the day to get outdoors and enjoy it. The sun just a moment ago looked like it had a little mustache, but right now that mustache is off, and we've got a lot of sun that is out there. Still some chilly temperatures right now. Warmer afternoon ahead, but we are tracking the rain and storms from Nicole, and this is currently a tropical storm downgraded to 60-mile-an-hour winds right now over central Florida, just south of Orlando, about 30 miles, the center of that storm. But we are going to be tapping in to a lot of that moisture and a very dynamic atmosphere as we head into tomorrow afternoon, where we could see some strong to severe thunderstorms as well. But today, again, looking good. Yard and gardening cast mid to upper 60s throughout the afternoon. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Justin. Here's a look at the stories making your headlines this hour. Former Baltimore County educator coming forward to Fox 45 News Project Baltimore. Their message on student violence and how it led to them leaving their profession.
This is a really exciting time in Baltimore City for independence.
City residents voted for more independence for the city's government watchdog. What this means for the Office of Inspector General moving forward, and how you could become a new member of the advisory board. 7:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
7:15, a ballot question restructuring oversight of the Inspector General's office passed easily on Election Day. 86% of voters approved of the measure. So what does this mean for the future of that office? Inspector General Isabel Cumming is joining us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Patrice. Thanks for having me.
So prior to this new measure, people that sit on the board that oversee your office, those are people who you may have to investigate in the course of your job, which you've always said is a conflict of interest. So I imagine you're satisfied with this outcome.
I'm thrilled. I won't lie. I was very grateful for the citizens for the overwhelming support of this bill.
So explain now how the board will be structured under this new ballot measure.
It changes everything. Now we're going to have 7 independent citizens from different districts. So what happens if they go to the OIG website right now, and the very first page, right on the front, it says that's where the application is. And if you click on that application, then there's a whole bunch of questions to make sure that you can be qualified, because you cannot be a lobbyist. You cannot be an employee here in the city. You have to be independent, but you have to reside in the city. So once you pass that, then you just complete the application and your name will go into, like, for instance, if you're in District 2, so your name goes into the District 2 hat, then we bring all the names that qualified up to the council person for District 2, and they will pick randomly the person. And then there's still another step, because District 2 will compete with District 1. Otherwise, we'd end up with 14 people on the board. So then the head of the Board of Ethics then picks the person between that was selected for District 1 and District 2. They pick that, and there you have your one person. And then there's also going to be a slot for certified public accountants and a slot for certified fraud examiners, who also have to qualify in that they have to be citizens, residents of Baltimore City, and they have to follow the same criteria. So it will be a very independent board.
Very different than what you've been used to. Let me ask you this. How will this change how you do your job, or does it?
It really doesn't, because this is an advisory board. Where it's critical is that this board will select the next Inspector General. So do you want an independent group of Baltimore citizens, or did you want the mayor, the council president, the comptroller selecting the next Inspector General? Okay, real quickly, when do these changes take effect? It's up on the website now. It will officially be in effect on December 8th, and we're opening this up till the 15th of December. So anybody that's interested, please apply, and then we hope to have this board up and running by January 15th.
All right, Isabel, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, it's 7:18 now. We need to get back over to our meteorologist to see just how long this cold spell is going to last. But into the afternoon, I think he's saying we're going to warm up.
And then, Justin Chambers, you're also talking about the impact of Nicole that could eventually have an impact on us here.
Yeah, it will. Absolutely. Tom and Patrice, good morning to both of you. Today will be the last day that we'll enjoy the sunshine here as we look out over the Bromo Seltzer Tower. The clock hasn't been set back yet, so don't look at that and think, all right, cool, I'm good to go, 8:10. But no, it is actually 7:18. 42 is your temperature right now at BWI. Really no wind to speak of. Tomorrow, that wind is going to pick up. The rain, thunderstorms, even the potential for some brief spin-up tornadoes in certain areas. So kind of right on the edge of possibly being in a weather alert day for tomorrow, with the fact that the impacts from Nicole will be here. 42 this hour, beep, beep, as you get the kids out to the bus stop. Mid-60s through recess and lunchtime, and upper 60s when you pick them up later this afternoon. So an onion effect day where you peel back those layers for the kids. Great day to play some golf. 9 a.m. we're at right about 50 degrees. Any outdoor activities for that matter in the mid to upper 60s here. Overall, a very nice fall afternoon and warmer than where we were yesterday. Now, you'll get a little bit more of that cloud cover ahead of that next weather maker rolling in 60s for Carroll County and Baltimore County for today. 62 in the Hereford zone, 65 in Towson over through Lutherville and Timonium, and 67 in Dundalk, while we'll be at 68 in Baltimore City. Up and down the 95 corridor, Philly at 67, almost 70 in D.C. today, 66 down the ocean, even 70 in Richmond. So those temperatures are well above average. Our HD radar is very quiet right now. Not much happening here as this ridge of high pressure, that H right there, is in control. But what we are tracking is Nicole, currently 60-mile-an-hour winds. It is a tropical storm. It made landfall as a hurricane earlier this morning near Vero Beach, Florida. And the center of this storm is just south of Orlando right now, but it is a very large swath in terms of the tropical storm force winds that extend some 440 miles across the state of Florida, even up into parts of southern Georgia and in Jacksonville. That's where we're really getting a lot of that wind and the rain. The track on this storm is going to take it across the state of Florida into the Panhandle, then kind of make that northerly and right turn up toward Georgia, impacting Atlanta and Charlotte over the next day or so. By tomorrow afternoon into the evening, the center of this storm will no longer be a tropical system, but will be a remnant low. That's going to stay west of Baltimore. However, we have a cold front coming in from the west that's going to interact with this system, and that's what's going to give us a more active atmosphere. So the Storm Prediction Center has a marginal risk for us. That's 1 on a scale of 1 to 5. And some areas in southern Maryland under a slight risk, which is 2. That's the yellow area you see right there, where we could see some brief spin-up tornadoes, mainly to the south of here. But either way, we're going to get some thunderstorms that will be rolling through as it gets very active tomorrow afternoon. So again, cloud cover rolling in later this afternoon. The rain tomorrow morning, some light showers here for the kind of second half of your morning commute. By tomorrow afternoon, that's when some of those pop-up thunderstorms, and especially tomorrow night into early Saturday morning, right there, you can see that area in orange and red. That's where we'll have the best chance of some of the heaviest precip and some of the strongest storms. So it could be a loud Friday night, Saturday morning. Veterans Day, it's going to be wet, but upper 60s and lower 70s. Back to the mid-60s Saturday, and then a big cool down Sunday and Monday. Highs only in the upper 40s and lower 50s. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. A former county educator makes a career change after decades in the field. Just ahead in this morning's Project Baltimore report, their concerns about school violence and the worries for future teachers.
And the United States Marine Corps is celebrating their 247th birthday today and also kicking off the 2020 Toys for Tots campaign. We'll learn more about both in just a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
7:25 and celebrate the Marines' history, traditions, and service on lands far away and right here at home.
The 2022 Toys for Tots campaign is launching right here in the Baltimore metro area. This morning for our hometown hotspot, Amy Aronson has all those details. Hey, Amy.
Hey, yeah, we're going to learn a little thing right now about the Marine Corps, but also learn about why we're here, because you can see we are surrounded by the Toys for Tots campaign kickoff. All the toys are surrounding us. I'm here with Sergeant Major Glenn Schutz, who's here to tell us more. Let's start off talking about your mission with the Marine Corps and what you all do.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. So the mission of the Marine Corps Reserve is to provide Marine units and individual Marines to augment the active component across the full spectrum of global conflict engagement.
Okay, and then more specifically, your battalion and what you all do and the reason why you're here today.
Yes, ma'am. So we're here for Toys for Tots.
Yeah.
But the history of 4CB activated in August of 1943, and it's been involved in conflict since. We have about 1,000 Marines spread across 5 different states and approximately 300 in the Maryland and Pennsylvania area. We have, those Marines serve throughout the community in different ways. They Toys for Tots, funeral honors, community engagement, and youth sports and programs, and then Toys for Tots, as we're here to talk about today, and just a way to be an ambassador to the Marine Corps to the local community. And several of our Marines are from the area, so it really gives them an opportunity to kind of get back into the community a little bit.
Yeah, especially as we head into the holiday season. I know we were going to focus on the community and how you all are involved, but I briefly want to mention this and kind of give people a preview of what we're going to be talking about today. Today's the big kickoff of Toys for Tots as we head into the holiday season.
Yes, ma'am. So the Marines are hard at work with events all around the Baltimore area and being able to get out there and support the mission of Toys for Tots and a long history Toys for Tots has and what they give back to the community as well. So the Marines are working, they're out and about at the events, and they're excited to support.
Cool. Well, we look forward to learning more as the morning continues. If you want more information right now, you can head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Tom, Patrice?
All right, always a good time when Toys for Tots rolls out.
Oh, yeah, it's a great time of the year.
Our coverage of Squeegee Kids on Baltimore streets continues this morning as we await a report from the Mayor's Squeegee Collaborative. That announcement happening today. We'll have more on the answers that Fox 45 News is demanding.
And Hurricane Nicole will be bringing rain to our area. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the storm and its impact on your weekend plans. 7:27, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410 the Firm. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Thursday morning, 7:30. It's the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to get right over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at our forecast.
Yeah, good morning, Tom. Good morning, Patrice. We got some changing conditions here, especially as we get into tomorrow. Everything right now is not bad. It's a little chilly when you make your way out from our Towson camera right now. Plenty of sunshine. The wind is not going to be an issue today, but look at these numbers. 38 in Cockeysville, Towson, over to Owings Mills at 39. Some lower 40s in Woodlawn and Baltimore, even 41 in Glen Burnie and Pasadena at this hour. So out for a run or a jog in the next few hours. We'll be in the mid-40s by 8 a.m. and right about 50 into that 9 o'clock hour. So enjoy that crisp run. How about 68 for our high today, 71 tomorrow, mid-60s Saturday. But notice the thunderstorm and rain icon right there on Friday. That's because we will have some active weather to deal with as the remnants from Nicole move into our area. And we're going to take a more closer look at that for you coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Justin. Now to your Len Stoller traffic network. Looking at drive times, however, there's a major accident on 95 southbound right before you get to White Marsh. It's causing backups all the way to 24, so miles backed up there. Southbound is multiple vehicles there. Still also cleaning up BW Parkway southbound when there's a vehicle there that northbound right near Jessup that is still causing delays.
When I release the Squeegee Collaborative is when I go talk about the Squeegee Collaborative. And we're going to do that for you guys very soon.
Well, we begin this half hour in City in Crisis. Mayor Brandon Scott will release his long-awaited Squeegee Collaborative report. The announcement happening at 1:30 this afternoon at the Under Armour House right on Fayette Street.
Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost will be at that conference demanding answers and accountability from our elected leaders. She'll have a full report this afternoon on Fox 45 News at 4.
7:32, and in this morning's Project Baltimore report, a former Baltimore County educator comes forward with a stronger message to school leaders and get students' violence under control.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, this former educator says the violence took such a toll on their health, it ultimately led them to leaving the profession.
Before the incident, what was your life like?
I had friends. I was happy. I socialized. I was thriving.
And now?
I just feel like a shell of myself. I'm just kind of existing.
This former Baltimore County school administrator does not want to be identified due to mental health treatment stemming from an incident at their former job.
After this interview, after I talk about it today, I'm ready to no longer discuss it unless absolutely necessary.
20 years in public education, and it all fell apart in 20 seconds.
That short period of time ended a career that I loved.
Project Baltimore blurred this school fight video to protect the identity of minors involved. But when it broke out a few years ago, this educator tried to stop it and was pulled to the ground by a student who came up from behind.
I remember just feeling the jerk. Yes, that was the catalyst.
As the physical wounds were treated, mental ones emerged. Though the educator had seen fights and intervened in violence before, this time was different. The student had approached from behind, creating a fear of the unknown that began to creep into everyday life.
I'm always afraid of things. I find myself withdrawn from friends, and so I just stayed in this constant fight-flight state of mind.
The symptoms all pointed to one thing: post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD. Have you seen an increase in educators coming to you?
Yes.
Faith Attabule is a therapist who's treated many educators, including the one who spoke with Project Baltimore.
Not only is there an increase in people reaching out for help, there's also people changing careers, quitting their jobs or changing just environments altogether.
Abigail says school violence is getting worse, and it makes sense. She says the COVID shutdowns slowed the emotional development of many children as they isolated at home. Once students returned to school, Abigail says many children lost the ability to handle situations rationally, which has resulted in more fights. At the same time, schools have changed the way they deal with violent students, and educators are dealing with the fallout. The National Education Association, the country's largest teachers union, surveyed its members in January on key issues causing teachers to leave the job. 76% of educators said student behavioral issues are a serious problem.
Over time, the system has just, rather than dealt with it, they just kind of either moved on or just adjusted as much as they can to make it now almost a norm.
Punched, kicked, thrown bottles at me.
Project Baltimore over the years has interviewed other educators who were exposed to school violence, developed PTSD, and received a disability retirement. Baltimore City teachers like Scott Miller Phoenix, and this Baltimore County teacher who asked not to be identified.
I would come home exhausted just from having 3 and 4 panic attacks a day.
But it's not just teachers and educators who face long-term consequences from the violence.
We are at a crisis here.
Those most affected, many would argue, are those committing the violence. Ryan Coleman, the president of the Randallstown chapter of the NAACP, has recently called on Baltimore County schools to issue long-term suspensions to violent students to send a message that this behavior is not acceptable.
This is really the school to prison pipeline here, okay? We're not showing our children what proper behavior is. And so they leave school thinking it's okay to hit a person.
So I think sometimes we have policies that protect the perpetrators more than the people who are attacked.
The educator we interviewed has since been granted a disability retirement, but still thinks about that day and the student who caused the injuries and faced no consequences. FOX45 is not identifying the student because he was a minor, but we looked him up on online court records. In 2018, a couple years after this fight, that student was arrested in Woodlawn and charged with second-degree assault. He spent nearly 2 weeks in jail. At the time, he was 18 years old.
I think people take for granted how violence in schools can impact individuals. Kids get hurt too, adults get hurt. It's not something to be taken lightly.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Governor-elect Wes Moore outlining his top priorities going into office. Fox 45 taking a closer look at his list, plus the event happening today that could help give him a head start. Dry now, but Hurricane Nicole moving and bringing rain and storms to our region this weekend. Our Weather Authority team tracking the storm and how it could impact your weekend. 7:38 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Time right now is 7:41, just 19 away from 8 o'clock. It is Friday Eve. My Charm City tank shot looking great here on our live window and a lot of sunshine. I just stepped outside myself a moment ago. Yeah, you're going to see your breath this morning with temperatures that are chilly. So grab the jacket now and definitely get those sunglasses ready to go on your out the door cast. But the good news is you will not need the jacket later this afternoon when we top out close to 70 degrees. That's about 10 degrees warmer than where we were yesterday. We're back with your full forecast, tracking Nicole and the remnants here coming up in a few.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
Well, Fox 45 is getting Maryland back to work. It's time for a job of the day. Public Storage is looking to hire a full-time customer service representative. If you'd like some more information about this position, go to our website, foxbaltimore.com. If you're an employer with jobs that need to be filled, please send your information to news@foxbaltimore.com. Midterms may be over, but we're still waiting on results from major races all across the country, what the potential power shift in the House and possibly Senate will mean for taxpayers.
Baltimore leaders will now have full responsibility of the Baltimore Police Department. In today's Fox Undercover, we're looking at the new measure as the city is just a few murders from reaching 300 for an 8th straight year. 7:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Baltimore City votes to take complete control of the police department from the state as city council members rush through a process for an 8-year pension availability bill. This is the city just few murders from reaching 300 murders for an 8th straight year. Joining us for this week's Fox Undercover, former police commissioner, current talk show host Ed Norris. Ed, good morning here.
Good morning.
Now, Baltimore City, we've talked about this. Baltimore City now is full possession of its police department, even though you said practically that was paper because the mayor appoints the police commissioner.
He always has. It's an archaic law that goes back to the Civil War time because the commissioner was a Confederate sympathizer. A long story, but the city always had control. It's nonsense anyway. The mayor appoints a police commissioner and fires the police commissioner.
Well, they're doing this. Also, something else that passed term limits here, and before the term limits were even voted on, though, the city council started a pension for 8 years of service. So they say, okay, it starts after 8 years, even though it's listed as a part-time job, versus Baltimore Police and Fire, who are full-time employees, not getting their full pension until they put in 25 years of service.
Yeah, well, it's even worse. First of all, city council members are listed as part-time employees. That means you're vested after only 8 years in a part-time job. So you're going to get a pension, and they're okay with that. Yet, they changed the police department and fire department pension in the middle of the water. Like, they're crossing the river, and they changed midway. The police officers signed up for a 20-year pension, and it was changed while they were on the way to earning that to 25 years. I've never heard of such a thing. It seems incredibly unfair, almost unethical, that you would do this to them, but it's okay to take care of themselves. That's nice.
This, though, coming in as the city has seen nearly 300 murders, well, now almost 8 years in a row. I mean, you have to go back to 2011 when it was below 200 at 197.
No, I know. Look, it's worse. It's so wrong on so many levels. There's no accountability. The philosophy's backwards. You just had a 13-year-old girl shot in the head, as an innocent victim. And, and we talk about it in the past. Well, we're not going to, this is a tragic incident. We wring our hands. Do something about it.
Well, they are, Ed, though. They are, though. They're proposing that we pay the criminals not to commit crime. Gang members can keep their guns as long as they don't use them, or squeegee kids can get a stipend here, $375 plus a month to not squeegee.
I know. It's funny. When La Cosa Nostra does that, it's called extortion. We won't burn your restaurant down if you pay us. Here we have the same thing. We won't disrupt your city if you give us money to not do that. It is so backwards. Everything is upside down now. We protect the bad and the good people who are innocent, like this poor girl going to the store, whatever she was doing, 5 in the afternoon, them we have no concern about. It's always the guys carrying the guns. It's the squeegee guys disrupting downtown. It's all backwards.
And Norris, we got to leave it right there. Thank you. You can always hear Ed every morning, Monday through Friday, Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan from 6 to 10 a.m.
7:48 now. We need to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with the forecast not only here, but also in Florida with Nicole. You okay?
Well, he doesn't look like it.
Doing a lot of stuff back there. I'm trying to track Nicole, but it took me 4 tries in Wordle. I was like, oh, man, this thing is just so hard today. So I know. All good. We're taking it slow. We're moving through things. We're updating your forecast right now. That's what I will do for you. Here's a look at our downtown camera. Good morning to you, and happy Thursday, everybody. It is almost Friday. Looking out over the Patapsco, the big ships there hanging out at the docks. 42 right now. Your temperature at BWI. No wind to speak of at this time. Now, as you get out over the next 12 hours, those numbers will steadily rise. Got a very nice fall afternoon with upper 60s here through the afternoon. Typically, right about 60 is where we are this time of year. We're going to be about 10 degrees warmer than where we were yesterday. Hank the Bird likes that. Yep, 50 by 9 a.m. and mid-60s for Hank and his feathered friends into the noon hour. Not a lot of leaves for Hank and his friends to hide behind because they're definitely blowing off of those trees for sure. 60 is our average. Most of us in the mid to upper 60s as we take you through the afternoon from Westminster and Bel Air over to Cockeysville. Eastern Shore, some lower 70s, upper 60s, Chestertown, down into Stevensville at 67, even mid-60s in Annapolis. Now, today and tomorrow and even the first part of Saturday, we'll be seeing above average numbers. But look what happens on our temperature tracker. There is a big slot or slug or amount of cold air that is going to be pushing into the region starting Sunday and all the way through the first part of next week, where we'll see well below average temperatures. Probably going to have to get the preheaters on those Cessna 172s if you're going to be flying next week, pilots. We're talking about mainly VFR all day today, visual flight rules, but tomorrow and Saturday will not be good flying days. Everything looks great. I mean, look at this. HD radar, we're locked in with that nice ridge of high pressure. That's all going to change as this system starts to move up and down the East Coast. It's going to affect millions of people. Tropical Storm Nicole, currently 60-mile-an-hour wind. I believe we have a couple of live shots here. The first one from Orlando. This is how it looks there at one of the lakes in Orlando. Obviously not on the coast, but this is on the coast right there. We can see that shot with the heavy and high seas and that surf that is coming in. Still tropical storm force winds, 60 miles an hour at the center, but we've seen some gusts that have been at 60 to 70 and 75 as well, impacting Jacksonville over to Tampa. And this storm is going to track to the west coast of Florida before it makes a hard right turn up into Georgia, affecting Atlanta and Charlotte for tomorrow afternoon and into the evening time. And then the center of the storm will not be a tropical system when it gets here, but it's going to be interacting with that big cold front that'll drop our temperatures, and that brings a very active day for tomorrow afternoon. So it may have to shift into a weather alert day for Veterans Day on Friday, because we are going to see some of those showers and potentially strong storms for the afternoon. A bit breezy at times with the showers early Saturday morning, and then Sunday, Monday, boy, I tell you, those temperatures drop, but we are starting to dry out. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. A Baltimore native making her singing debut coming up on our 9 o'clock hour. We'll speak with Gabby Simone on the impressive names in the music industry taking note of her talent.
And Black Friday is creeping up on us, and it will be here before you know it. The major Black Friday savings you're seeing now.
Speaking of Black Friday sales, makes me think of some strong black coffee.
Not the sales, not all the deals, not all of that, just coffee? All right, well, it's time for a coffee break.
7:55, and this morning we are talking about who's moving on to the Masked Singer's Season 8 semifinals.
We're warning you right now. We're about to spoil it for you. So if you don't want to see it, turn your sound down for a minute, close your eyes. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is in studio. He's got the recap of last night's unmasking. Mark.
That's right. And you know, sometimes when you talk to your friends, they're like, well, I don't watch the show. Well, let me tell you something. This is the #1 show on television. The #1 show on television. Last night, 2 people got revealed. First up, the Gopher.
Take it off! There it is!
George Clinton.
Legendary!
And no, he is not my brother. That is George Clinton, the famed George Clinton, revealed.
Glad you threw that out there.
And then we have our second reveal, famous.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the 2-time heavyweight champion of the world.
Yes, the George Foreman. And it's perfect timing, guys, because everybody has the George Foreman grill, the update. So,
Or you're going to buy one for somebody for Christmas.
and that's an effective gift, by the way. So, Tom, you said you met him years ago, huh?
Yeah, years ago in East Texas, Marshall, Texas, yeah. He was there with 3 of his Georges.
Oh, my God.
All of his sons' names are Georges. Yeah. All 8 of them.
So, and I think it's fun when they have people like him in it because he's would not be somebody you would expect.
Right.
So it's fun when the unexpected pop in.
And he did okay. There was not much enthusiasm when he sang. It kind of stayed.
That's what I was asking earlier. How was his voice?
It was okay.
What about George Clinton?
Because he lasted a long time. Better. Yeah, he made it far, but there were no dance moves or anything like that.
Oh, so I wonder what got him to see, and that's always the other interesting part about, because then you have top singers that are out in round 1, and you're like, well, what happened there?
Why is the show #1? I guess
because
we'll
we
never
talk
know.
about it like this.
Maybe
That's
so.
why.
We're propelling it to #1. That's right.
It's fun.
All right, Mark, thanks.
Thanks, guys.
We have a new governor-elect, and he will be meeting with Governor Larry Hogan today. Coming up, we are talking about Wes Moore's transition into office and how he plans to tackle crime in the city and state.
Today, Mayor Scott is finally announcing the details of his Squeegee Collaborative plan after months of bad encounters with Squeegee kids. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you what we know about the plan so far.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Punched, kicked, thrown bottles at me.
A former Baltimore County educator comes forward with a strong message for school leaders. They're warning now to school officials and future educators.
Good morning to all of you on this Thursday, November 10th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers in our forecast.
Yeah, good morning, ladies, and good morning to all of you as well. Appreciate being here with us live and local all the way until 10 o'clock here with the latest update on our forecast. Not too bad right now. A little chilly still outside, but those temperatures are slowly warming. We're in the mid-40s right now for a lot of you. Chilly Thursday morning is what we're talking about, but a warmer afternoon ahead, and we are tracking rain and storms from Nicole by tomorrow. So as you rise and shine over the next couple of hours, maybe you're shifting into brunch mode here. 56 by 10 a.m., right about 60 in the 11 o'clock hour, and that sun will be up until 4:56. So high temps today will be mainly in the low to mid 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Those numbers will be about 8 or 9 degrees above average for this time of year. Numbers are coming down pretty far as we get into Sunday and Monday. We'll talk about those highs and what we can expect with those storms as well.
All right, Justin, thank you. We begin this morning in a city in crisis and the ongoing discussion about squeegee kids on Baltimore City streets.
Today, Mayor Brandon Scott will release his Squeegee Collaborative report during a news conference. Now, this comes nearly 4 months after it was formed, and we continue to see heated interactions between squeegee kids and drivers. This includes, in some cases, damaging cars, assaulting drivers, stealing money, and sometimes carrying guns.
Few details of the report have already been released, including a recommendation to give guaranteed income to squeegee kids. This morning, we have Olivia Dance joining us live from where that news conference is set to take place. Olivia.
Well, good morning, Megan and Patrice. In recent months, Mayor Scott brought together police, community members, and squeegee kids themselves to help develop a plan, and he will finally be releasing the details of that plan at 1:30 this afternoon right here at the Under Armour House on Fayette Street. Now, while we should get more information at today's meeting, details of the Squeegee Collaborative plan were leaked last week, and that includes self-policing by the squeegee kids and some kind of guaranteed income program to discourage the practice. The details immediately faced criticism, though.
Being paid to stay off the corner is not going to work.
We're going to pay them to get off of the corner, but we got people out here working every day, and we get money funded to the city all the time, but this is what we're going to waste it on.
Well, many were quick to judge the first details of the plan. As you just heard, law enforcement expert Tyrone Powers is taking a more wait-and-see attitude. Take a listen.
No one thinks that young people can grow up to be professional squeegee people. There's no job and career in squeegeeing long term. If we're linking the pay with some training and then that training with a career that's way beyond squeegeeing, then it makes logical sense.
And several community leaders will join Mayor Scott at today's announcement. And of course, Fox 45 News will be there to bring you the latest details. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. City State's Attorney-elect Ivan Bates telling Fox 45 News he is also keeping a close eye on the Squeegee Collaborative recommendations. Mayor Brandon Scott has said that he will not use existing laws to get squeegee kids out of the streets, saying what they're doing is panhandling, which is protected by the First Amendment.
Last month, Bates told Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost that he disagrees with the mayor on that interpretation of the law. He says he's waiting to see the results of the Squeegee Collaborative before he moves forward on the issue.
Well, first, let me hear what they have to say. They may say that they need to leave, and we're going to direct them into this direction.
Do you think that will happen, though? The mayor's been pretty clear that he doesn't want to clear the corners.
Well, I don't necessarily view it as clearing the corners. I view it as enforcing the law.
This is just more proof that progress is not inevitable, but progress is possible in the state of Maryland. And I am truly humbled to be part of this legacy.
Turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage this morning.
Maryland is in the national spotlight. Voters have elected Democrat Wes Moore for governor. He will be the first black chief executive in state history.
Moore is outlining his top priorities going into office. We have Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning with those priorities in the event happening today to help get him a start. Shannon.
Well, that event, Megan, is a meeting between Governor-elect Wes Moore and Governor Larry Hogan. They're going to be meeting at the State House in Annapolis at noon today. And then shortly following that at 2 p.m., Moore's going to hold a press conference regarding key transition details as he makes his way into office. This all coming after Governor Hogan already tweeted out a congratulations to Moore, saying, quote, "There is no higher calling than public service and no greater honor than to serve the people of this great state," end quote. And one day after the election, Moore tells us one of his top priorities will be tackling crime.
If you don't get public safety right, nothing else is going to work. That means that we are going to work in partnership with local jurisdictions, with local leaders, working in partnership with our new state's attorney, because we've got to make sure we are getting and keeping violent offenders off of our streets.
Now, we did also ask Moore about Governor Hogan's violent firearms offender bill that you'll remember never made it through. And Moore says it's something he would look at for the upcoming legislative session. He's not only going to focus on getting illegal guns off our streets, but going after the people who continue to bring them into communities.
We've got to move aggressively to be able to make sure that people can and should feel safe in the place they call home.
Meanwhile, our Mackenzie Frost will be in Annapolis today for that meeting between the governor and the governor-elect at noon. And we know that there's going to be an opportunity for reporters to ask questions, so we do hope to get more insight about Moore's transition into office then. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Coming up in the next half hour, a former BCPS educator speaks out on the role ongoing school violence played in her mental health.
The votes are in, and now we wait for the final count as both parties continue to spin the results, what this means for the 2024 election.
And the results of your temperatures this morning, chilly, 30s and 40s right now across the state. We've got another nice day today, but some big changes around the corner. We're going to highlight those coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 8:10 is your time right now. It is Thursday, Friday Eve, Veterans Day weekend. We are tracking some big changes, though, in our forecast. We're looking great right now from our Towson camera. Lots of blue sky out there. You'll need a jacket this morning and definitely the sunglasses, but you will not need the jacket later this afternoon because check out these temperatures. They will continue to rise, and rise they will. Mid to upper 60s here as we take you into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. So if you want to get some of the raking done today, today's the day to do it. Tomorrow, all wet leaves that we'll have to deal with the rain and storms coming our way. Back to you.
8:11 now. We are still waiting to find out who will control Congress. And now President Biden is weighing in.
Tom Rogers at our live center with where things stand right now. Tom.
Yeah, that's right. Megan Patrice taking a look at this right here. Right now, Republicans, 49 seats, Democrats, 48 seats. And we know ballots are still being counted in a number of states, but the impacts are already being felt. Just hours ago, President Biden wasting no time saying if Republicans take some control, he won't do anything differently.
Democrats had a strong night, and we lost fewer seats in the House of Representatives than any Democratic president's first midterm election in the last 40 years.
Now, the president calling the results so far proof both he and his party's policies are what Americans want, going on to say that he'll do whatever is necessary to block GOP attempts in Congress and claiming they want to weaken Medicaid and Medicare or pass a nationwide ban on abortion. Republicans saying it wasn't the night that they wanted, but also it is not over, where Senate control could come down to a runoff in Georgia. And that runoff would be coming early December. Now, speculation former President Trump may wait longer before announcing a possible presidential run. That's the latest from the Live Center. Megan Patrice.
All right, Tom, thank you. Still to come, we have continuing coverage leading up to the Squeegee Collaborative Conference happening today. What you need to know before that big announcement addressing the Squeegee Kid problems.
And the midterm elections may be over, but we are still waiting on results all across the country. What the balance of power in the House and Senate means for taxpayers. 8:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
8:15, the midterm election is in the books, and while we are still waiting to see who will control the Senate, Republicans have taken over the House. Joining us live this morning to weigh in on this balance of power and what this means for all of our viewers, the taxpayers. We have David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance joining us live this morning. David, good morning.
Good morning, Megan. And you're right. This is going to be a slim majority for the Republicans in the House, and the Republicans may not take over the Senate. So what that means is in January, when the Republicans do take over, what are they going to do for taxpayers and what they need to do? And what we've heard from Kevin McCarthy is probably repeal the Inflation Reduction Act. Now, that's not going to go anywhere, right? Because the president obviously will never, sign that repeal. But there's something in there, the 87,000 IRS agents. I think it's really a good move, at least to symbolically say that the House doesn't want to fund the new IRS agents. But I think there's other things they can do, reach across the aisle. That's what the Republicans are going to have to do. It sounds easy, but it's not going to be for the Republicans to reach across the aisle. But congressional stock trading, we've talked about this before. This is something everyone in this country wants, is for Congress to stop trading individual stocks. Right. And wouldn't that be really cool if the Republicans took that up as one of the first things that they did?
David, let me ask you this. We have the Republicans controlling the House. Let's say they actually make it and control the Senate. What does that mean for President Biden?
It's going to be tougher for President Biden because then you have the Senate, which you still have to overcome the filibuster, but there are still things that can happen. And remember, Republicans taking over means that they're taking over the committee structure, so the oversight, the investigations. And so oversight is one thing, investigating is another, and getting too crazy with impeaching certain cabinet members doesn't really help the country.
Let's break it down to Maryland. Democrats now control both the governor's mansion and also the state legislature. What does that mean for our viewers, for taxpayers?
No checks and balances in Maryland government now. You have Democrats controlling everything. Now, there's one person I'm keeping my eye on, and that's Brooke Lerman, and that is the comptroller. You had Peter Franchot, who was really a great watchdog. I mean, this guy, they said that the Republicans' favorite Democrat was Peter Franchot. And let's see what the new comptroller does if they have the same independence and really go after the spending. Mm-hmm. Maryland has a surplus, $2 billion surplus. Are the Democrats going to spend that all? Or are they going to be fiscally responsible? So it's going to be very fascinating to see the dynamic in Maryland now that the Democrats are controlling everything.
All right. Thanks for weighing in, David. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
8:18 and time to get another check of our forecast.
Colder morning, but warming up for the afternoon. Meteorologist Justimer.
It's November.
I'm not even sure where I was going with that. Justin Chambers, Justimer. I was rushing through to get to your words of wisdom is what it is.
It's my birthday month, so I'll definitely take Justember. I think we should call it Justember or Just Vember.
That's what I was going for, sure.
Yeah, I like that. Hey, by the way, ladies, 2 weeks from today, Thanksgiving.
Woo.
Yes.
Crazy. So less than 2 weeks till your birthday.
Exactly right, Megan. Great memory of that. Yeah, I was born the day after Thanksgiving, the year that I was born. So
the 23rd.
Yeah, my mom thought she had indigestion. All right, let's take a look at our weather headlines. Now my coworkers just have indigestion. So our weather headlines here, we've got a lot of the sunshine that is out there right now. Overall, we're in the mid-40s, so yes, still chilly, but look at the warmer afternoon ahead. A high of 68 today. Some of us going to be real close to that 70-degree mark and a very nice fall day, but we're tracking rain from Nicole and storms as well as early as tomorrow. Today is the day to get that golf match in on our forecast. 50 next hour with mid-60s through lunchtime and upper 60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. You're going to see these numbers across Carroll and Baltimore counties today. There's the average high, 64 in Eldersburg and Carroll County, 62 the Hereford zone, Towson, Lutherville, Timonium in those mid to upper 60s, and even 67 in Dundalk. Down through Howard and Anne Arundel counties, we'll keep those mid-60s going for Ellicott City and Elk Ridge, down through Odenton, 66 in Glen Burnie and Pasadena, down through Severna Park today. Even Harford and Cecil counties will see those mid to upper 60s. Rising sun northeast out through Aberdeen this afternoon. Here's a look at what we're talking about for our HD radar. Look at that beautiful shot. Not much to talk about here. A strong ridge of high pressure keeping us high and dry. The difference will be tomorrow as this Tropical Storm Nicole, the remnants from Nicole moving into our area. Couple of shots here I want to take you to that we have live right now. I believe the first one is Volusia Beach, Florida. Here it is. This is what it looks like right there with those waves that are crashing against the coast. I don't know if we have that other lake shot that we talked about a moment ago, but if we could pull that up there. Yeah, there we go. that upper left corner. I know we still have some reporters and everything out there, and this is live TV, folks, so this is what they're showing. But we are seeing earlier some houses that were getting kind of crashed with the waves. Sorry, we won't take that shot right there. It is. Well, it's okay. The point is, what's going on with these storms and with this storm is a lot of wind and rain, and also that storm surge, especially north of the eye. And that's where we're going to have the potential for tornadic activity today and into tomorrow as well. So up into Jacksonville, seeing more of that storm surge. The storm will continue to track toward the west coast of Florida, up into Georgia and the Carolinas over the next 24 hours. Now, we have a marginal risk for severe weather here tomorrow. Also, areas here to the south are under that slight risk, which is 2 on a scale of 1 to 5. So we could see some thunderstorms and even the potential for some brief spin-up tornadoes. Things are going to get very active, especially tomorrow, late afternoon into the evening and overnight into Saturday morning. So your Veterans Day is going to be wet. We're going to see the upper 60s today, lower 70s, even with the storms tomorrow, back to the mid-60s early Saturday. But those temps are dropping dramatically. We're only going to get to 50 for our high on Sunday, even some upper 40s by Monday of next week.
The Marine Corps is kicking off their Toys for Tots campaign today. Coming up next, we'll learn more about what they do in the community.
Shockingly low numbers show major learning loss inside city schools. Coming up, we are live right here from City Hall with how city leaders are addressing this issue today.
$8.25. For more than 55 years, Toys for Tots has been providing holiday joy.
The 2022 campaign kicks off right here in our area, and this morning, for our hometown hotspot, Amy Aronson is live with more. Amy.
Yeah, that's right. And we're going to talk more about who is actually the one kicking this all off, the Marine Corps. We're here with Sergeant Terry Marbury right now, telling us more about yourself and why you got involved. So first of all, where are you from?
I'm actually a native from Maryland.
Oh, awesome.
I was born and raised in Frederick.
Okay, very cool. So close to home. And why did you join the Marine Corps?
I watched a lot of friends and family go down a rough path that I did not want for myself. So I chose a stable, more better life. I look towards the Marine Corps because it's the best, and I want nothing but the best for me.
That's awesome. And you all are very involved in the community. As we can see behind us here, kicking off Toys for Tots today, actually on the Marine Corps birthday. So what is it like being involved in the community, and what kind of stuff do you all do?
It's a wonderful experience. So we go to multiple places collecting toys. As a Marine, as a kid myself, I benefited from Toys for Tots. It's a great opportunity to help hardworking families keep a stable household during the holidays and bring a smile to the youth's faces.
Okay, cool. Well, we look forward to learning more. At 9:07, I think we're going to talk even more about Toys for Tots and how other folks can get involved if they want to contribute. Cool. Well, thank you so much. If you want more information, you can head over to our website. Go over to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks for all the information there. Megan, Patrice?
All right. Yeah, always very nice. Thank you. Well, highs back in the 60s this afternoon with rain on the way tomorrow, and that's coming from Hurricane Nicole. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know Florida's current condition and how long we're going to before we see the impacts here at home.
Today, Mayor Scott is finally announcing the details of his squeegee collaborative plan. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you why the plan's already facing criticism. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for waking up with us. It's Thursday, November 10th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to start with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's looking at the forecast. Big changes this weekend.
And when you see the three of us on TV, you think of that Eiffel 65 song, right? I'm blue, and a beat up and pop.
And we've got our floor crew in blue, too. What's going on?
Everybody's in blue. But let me tell you, temperatures in the blue, too, because it's kind of cool outside right now. However, we're going to warm up to more of the orange and the yellows later this afternoon with our color contours. Blue sky as well, keeping that trend going from our Towson camera at this time. Numbers here, you can see some of those 30s and 40s for Frederick over to Bel Air, 41 in Cockeysville, 38 in Columbia. We're at 46 right now in Baltimore City. So as you get out and about over the next couple of hours, expect nice dry conditions, not much wind today. Look at those temperatures steadily climbing. Great day for lunch outdoors. 64 by noontime. We'll be in the mid to upper 60s on this gorgeous fall afternoon. Now, the changes come tomorrow and Saturday. That's when we have showers, thunderstorms, the remnants from Nicole making their way here. I've been seeing some of the reports in Florida, guys. I've seen some houses that have been destroyed, some flooding, storm surge, tornado warnings. Some of that, the energy from some of that storm will be here tomorrow. So we'll be taking another look at that coming up in a few minutes from right now. Tom.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar traffic network and looking at the area map. You see those two indicators. That's Caton Avenue right here, 95 south and north. You can see them both directions are now slowed down because there's two accidents there, both involving two vehicles. Then if you look into your top right near White Marsh, that accident's been cleared up. So some good news as they cleared that up and traffic is moving 95 north of the city.
When I release the Squeegee Collaborative is when I go talk about the Squeegee Collaborative. And we're going to do that for you guys very soon.
Well, today in a city in crisis, Mayor Brandon Scott says he will release his long-awaited Squeegee Collaborative report.
That's right. Olivia Dance joining us live now with the very latest as we prepare for today's big announcement. Olivia?
Well, good morning, Megan and Tom. In recent months, Mayor Scott brought together police, community members, and Squeegee kids themselves to develop a plan, and he will finally announce the details of that plan at 1:30 this afternoon right here at the Under Armour House on Fayette Street. Now, several city and community leaders are listed as participants at the announcement, but one noticeable name missing is State's Attorney-elect Ivan Bates. In the past, Mayor Scott has refused to clear Squeegee kids from corners, while Bates has said they simply can't be there.
To me, there's a difference of panhandling, holding a sign very quietly in a area, not going in and out of traffic. Right. Going in and out of traffic is an action. Therefore, I believe that action is illegal.
Despite their different approaches, the mayor continues to insist that he and Bates are in agreement when it comes to Squeegee kids. Last week, details of the mayor's Squeegee Collaborative plan were leaked, and it includes self-policing by the Squeegee kids and some kind of guaranteed income program to discourage the practice. But other than those leaked details, the mayor's been really quiet about the Squeegee Collaborative plan. But of course, Fox 45 News will be at the meeting today and will bring you the latest details. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thanks, Olivia. And Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost will be at the Squeegee Collaborative Conference later this afternoon. You can follow both on air and online at foxbaltimore.com. 8:33, a former Baltimore County educator coming forward with a strong message to school leaders. Get student violence under control.
Project Baltimore's Chris Pabs joining us now live this morning with how the violence is who is really to blame for this violence. Good morning, Chris.
Yeah, good morning, Tom and Megan. So this is a situation that we've been talking about for a long time. This is violence within Baltimore County public schools, within the school systems in general. And we spoke with a former administrator of a school in Baltimore County who was involved in a fight. And like many other educators that we have spoken with, this individual developed PTSD and then had to deal with going through the system of getting a disability pension, which the administrator ultimately got. But we have the fight video. We can see what happened to her. A student came up behind her that she didn't see, pulled her down, and she developed this fear of the unknown. And it was not treated for the first couple months or first couple years even because she didn't know what was going on. And then eventually PTSD set in and she got her disability pension. But we are seeing this a lot throughout the school systems, and we're hearing a lot of people say the school system's got to get this under control.
So have you heard anything, though, from Baltimore County School Board on this at all? Is there any response whatsoever for not only her accusations, but also the videos that we're showing other teachers and other staff members being assaulted?
Well, we have seen town halls. We have seen the school system address this, and parents are very upset. We had a couple weeks ago, the NAACP said they're very close to calling for Dr. Darrell Williams, the superintendent, to be replaced because the violence is getting worse. And it doesn't seem to be addressed. And when we saw that town hall a couple weeks ago that the superintendent did, he was defending his current policies, and he was saying that what they're doing now is working. So it doesn't appear that there's going to be a significant change specific to Baltimore County Public Schools, but parents are demanding it. They want it. We spoke to a therapist, the therapist of the individual that we interviewed, the former administrator, who said they are seeing more educators come to them because there are more fights in the school system. We've seen a teacher shortage. The therapist says because teachers are getting out of the profession because of the violence and because of the stress and anxiety associated with it.
Is there training for them, Chris, for the teachers, for the staff, so they could better prepare for unfortunate violence?
Well, it's interesting you bring that up because that's what the Kerwin Commission, that's how they address this. When we interviewed Britt Kerwin a couple weeks ago, about a month ago, we asked him about the violence. And he said what they wrote into the Kerwin Commission was for the teachers to handle it and for the teachers to get training on conflict resolution and how to address these kids. Well, a lot of critics will say, all right, so now the teachers aren't focusing on educating the kids. Now you're adding something else to the teachers where they're going to be addressing the violence. And I think a lot of people already feel that there's an issue that schools are not focusing on reading, writing, and math. And now here's something else to put on a teacher's plate. But that's how Kerwin addressed it.
Chris Papps, thank you.
Thank you.
After the break, shocking decline in grades when it comes to Baltimore City students. Just ahead, what city leaders are doing today to address these public failures.
And a bit warmer this afternoon. We've got highs back in the 60s. Our Weather Authority team tracking that next weather maker, bringing rain and storms tomorrow. It is 8:37. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
We're just about 8:40 on your Thursday morning, Friday Eve, everybody. We got Veterans Day weekend, a lot of things happening around town. However, we have to deal with the wet weather and potentially stormy conditions on Friday. Looking great right now as you look out down the 395 over the Patapsco with blue skies out there. Out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. Not bad. Low to mid 50s for your temperatures, so you can enjoy that outdoor exercise. We're actually going to top out close to 70 today, and overnight lows will only drop to the 50s, back to the lower 70s tomorrow, but it comes with wind, rain, and storms. We're going to show you that forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
Well, turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Today, Baltimore City Council members will be holding a meeting with city schools to go over education and performance data.
Well, this comes as a new test result shows startling numbers about the toll COVID-19 is having on student learning, and particularly in city schools.
Shannon Lilly joining us live now from Baltimore City Hall with a preview of today's meeting and a look at those numbers. Shannon.
Yeah, today's meeting, Tom, starts in just about an hour, and city leaders are going to be digging into the impact of the pandemic on your child's education, and test results show that impact is severe. In fact, take a look at this. We already know that numbers are down across the nation, and even more so in our state, where data from the National Assessment of Education Progress shows a majority of the state's 4th and 8th graders are not proficient in math or reading. But in Baltimore City, students are performing even lower, significantly lower than the average public. In fact, of the 26 largest school districts analyzed nationwide, Baltimore City 4th and 8th grade students are only performing better than one city, and that's Detroit. In math, 4th graders in Baltimore City on average are testing 26 points lower than their peers in other large cities, and Baltimore 8th graders testing an average of 21 points lower. In a statement, the superintendent of Maryland's public schools says, quote, "There is no sugarcoating these results. Maryland has been experiencing a downward trend since 2013, and a return to normal is not good enough. The current struggles of our students cannot be solely attributed to the pandemic." Well, this discussion, of course, will all continue again right here at City Hall in an hour as that meeting gets underway at 10 a.m. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. More advertisements pulled from Twitter. Elon Musk is making big companies this morning.
And who's moving on to the semifinals in The Masked Singer? Season 8, we'll find out after the break. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
8:45 and growing older as an adult is unavoidable. We all know that. During this time of health care, open enrollment, it is the best to prepare, understand all the costs for aging adults and start the conversation. Financial planner, professional, and partner at Heritage Financial Consultants, Stacey Spedden-Ergang, is joining us to explain how care plans can help out everyone in the family, not just those going into those facilities. And good morning. Stacey, tell us, though, first about where we start with this. I mean, you have a lot more aging adults going into this as baby boomers 1 and 2 are now starting to enter that whole same facility.
Absolutely. So it's coming up pretty much, I would say, with myself and my colleagues. We talk about extended care, long-term care planning, probably in every meeting that we do these days. I think that the thing that people need to understand is that you need to have a conversation. It needs to be a family conversation, because there are so many misconceptions on how coverage is paid for. And so I think it's just a family conversation that we really need to have with all clients.
Yeah, we have professionals that the only thing they do is to sit there and help you understand Medicare versus Medicaid. So, I mean, there's a whole avenue we can go down there. But starting that conversation, I mean, if we're coming up with the holidays, how do you do that, and what should be accomplished if you are, say, the child trying to help your parents or the parent trying to say, I don't want that? How do you, I guess, bridge that gap?
Yeah, well, that's why I think it takes the whole family, because I think you want to know, in maybe our position, what do your parents want? What are their wants? Because often when you get to this point, they're not able to make those decisions. So it's good to know ahead of time what they want. And then as being children of these people needing the care at this point, the problem is, a lot of us are working. We can't necessarily give the kind of care that you need. So there's all different types of long-term care. We can have in-home care. You can, the typical that most people think is it's a nursing home, and the first thing everybody says is, I'm not going to a nursing home. Even though they're all full and there's waiting lists, but no one's going there. So I think we have to be clear about what the children can do for the parents and what the parents what their expectations are.
And sitting down with a professional like you, financial planners and consultants that can sit there and say, okay, this is maybe what you want, but you can't afford this. So having that gentle persuasion and an outside help. So Stacey Spedden-Ergang, thank you so much. We appreciate just a couple minutes of your time.
Okay, take care.
8:47 now, and we're talking about Thursday, and it's a little bit cooler than it has been, but then rain this weekend.
Let's see what's happening. Meteorologist Justin Chambers detailing it for us.
Yeah, and things are getting very active right now, guys, especially with a lot of the models that we're looking at for tomorrow, especially tomorrow afternoon and into early Saturday. That's going to be the timing when we'll see the biggest impacts from Nicole right here at home. Everything is great right now. In fact, throughout the day today, things will be very nice. Looking right down York Road in Towson from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Plenty of sunshine. You can see those things buzzing around outside. Mid to upper 60s is where we'll end up for our highs later today. And the average is 60 degrees. We only hit 58 yesterday. So a lot of us will be about 10 degrees warmer than that number for today. And you can see those numbers across central Maryland, even out toward the eastern shore with those mid to upper 60s, close to 70 there in Chestertown, 67 in Annapolis and Columbia as well. And those temperatures continuing to be nice up and down the 95 corridor for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C., even western Maryland at 66 today. Now, notice what happens if you have a moment. I know a lot of us, you listen to us and everything, but look at this screen. This is our temperature tracker. Our numbers coming down. A big dip. That's right off the roller, because it looks like a ride at Hershey Park, just going all the way down into temperatures that will be well below average starting Sunday and all the way through next week as we get through mid-November. Pilots, great day to fly today. We're talking VFR conditions, visual flight rules for the most part, really not talking about much in the way of any wind. And you can see what's going on. This big ridge of high pressure keeping things nice and dry over most of the mid-Atlantic and the East Coast. But this is Tropical Storm Nicole, 60-mile-an-hour sustained winds. That's where we are right now, but we've seen wind gusts at 70 to 75 miles an hour. It made landfall earlier this morning in Florida, the second landfall, with a 75-mile-an-hour wind as a Category 1 storm. Notice Jacksonville right here. Some of that storm surge, they've got tornado warnings posted. I believe we have a shot from Jacksonville Beach showing us exactly what the conditions are like. And you can see the storm basically pounding that pier right there. A lot of docks and a lot of areas are underwater in St. Augustine Beach. So this is a very rough storm, and the very northern edge of this storm is where we're seeing the greatest impacts. Now, this storm is going to impact a lot of people on the East Coast over the next day, and that includes us here. So by this afternoon, it's going to be heading north and west out toward the Gulf Coast of Florida, then turning into parts of Georgia, looking into Atlanta, we're seeing, and Charlotte, the heavy rain and potential tornado activity into Friday afternoon. That main system will start moving up toward us. The center of the system actually stays to the west. So we're not talking about a ton of rain, but the storms are going to be possible as we head into your Friday afternoon. And that's why the Storm Prediction Center has all of us under a marginal risk 1 on a scale of 1 to 5. But notice in southern Maryland, the area in yellow right there down through Richmond, Virginia, under a slight risk, which is 2 out of 5. So we do have that potential for those storms. Quickly, I want to show you that future scan. Increasing clouds today, some rain tomorrow morning, and then off and on showers through the middle part of the day. Tomorrow night, right there, that cold front with that area of low pressure into early Saturday morning, that's going to be when we'll have the roughest weather and the potential strong to severe storms here at home. 7-day forecast looks like this. We're going to see those temperatures stay above average here through Saturday, but quite a bit different into next week with much colder air in place. Time to take a look at a view through your window. Paula sent us this picture, had some great pictures of that total lunar eclipse from Tuesday morning. So thank you very much, Paula, for sending that picture in. We'd love to see the view through your window. Go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that QR code on your screen. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax in the 9 o'clock hour taking us through the rest of your forecast.
8:51, and this morning we are talking about who's moving on to the Masked Singer Season 8 semifinals.
Can't believe we're here already. So here's your warning. We've got some spoilers for you. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark live in studio with us with a recap of last night's big unmasking. This was huge.
Yeah, right. And, you know, it featured 2 boomers, as the kids say, 2 baby boomers got sent home. So let's see. First up.
Who is it? Uh-oh.
Take it off!
George Clinton, the Funketeer, George Clinton, was sent packing as the gopher. And again, George's looking good, man. He's in his 70s
Sweaty.
these days. And then, speaking of another baby boomer, the
Countdown.
suspense.
The suspense, man.
Fly trap.
That was a good costume.
Whoa.
Big time.
George Foreman.
Look at his face.
So yes, the baby boomers got sent home again. You know, this show right here. I didn't realize it's such a popular show. This is the #1 show on television.
Yeah.
It's a good show. It's fun too.
Yeah, and you're talking about it. You need to get on there, Mark.
You know what? Hey, I'm bald. I got a goatee. Let's get it popping.
There you go.
Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, guys.
Chocolate sales are sweeter than ever. The reason prices are decreasing despite rising inflation.
And the Marine Corps is kicking off their Toys for Tots campaign actually today. We've got all the details on that coming up in just a couple of minutes.
Oh, Toys for Tots, Mark Clark possibly going on The Masked Singer. A lot going on around here.
Got to contemplate this with a coffee break. 8:56, topping your morning business report. Tesla drivers will soon be able to make video calls from their car's touchscreen dashboard. Interesting. The company made the announcement during its annual conference, though it didn't say when that new feature will launch. Tesla execs also didn't answer questions about whether they will prevent drivers from using it while driving, because that seems like a distraction, maybe dangerous. Well, Tesla's CEO and new Twitter owner, Elon Musk, is pleading with advertisers to give him a chance. Many have paused ad buys on the site following his takeover. In the last week, he launched and unlaunched product changes and laid off half the company. In a meeting Wednesday, Musk told ad execs he wants Twitter to be a force that moves civilization in a positive direction. See where that takes us. Well, the nation's largest retailer is already offering Black Friday deals. Walmart has officially rolled out its doorbuster deals. The company says it wants to help customers save this holiday season amid high inflation. Despite growing inflation, chocolate sales are sweeter than ever. The latest data shows chocolate sales hit nearly $18 billion in the U.S., up more than $3 billion compared to 2019. Hershey reporting sales of its chocolates jumped over 12.5% in the third quarter. At the same time, we're hearing that one of the brands that makes Toblerone, Cadbury, and other popular snacks reported its chocolate sales grew over 9%. Air frying is a great way to make dinner, but what do you do when you run out of space in your fryer? Genevieve Gorder is here with an affordable solution that works on any pan in your kitchen in America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
Everybody, I've got something to show you today that you're all very familiar with, but there's an extra twist. Now, we all love a good air fryer. It's quick. We avoid the oil, the calories, seriously, like 70% less calories. But as a designer, and I'm sure a lot of you share this with me, I think they're bulky, they're not so cute, and they take up way too much space on the counter. Okay, my rant is over. Needless to say, when the air roll showed up in the mail, I was doing a little dance. Let me tell you about this solution-based product that is going to solve all your bulky air fryer issues. It's called the Air Whirl Crisper, and it can turn any pan into an air fryer. So you just place this lid on any pan that you already have, and your food will be air fried in a fraction of the time. I used it the same day it arrived. Put the lid on, press the button, done. And then you're winning because you can put it all away in the drawer. The Air Whirl is so easy to use, battery operated. You can store it without any of those tangled wires. And the thermometer is right here in the front of the lid. So you always know what temperature you are cooking at, just like you would on any traditional air fryer. Right now on ASA Deals, we are offering an exclusive 33% off the Air Whirl Crisper. You guys take advantage of this deal because they're not going to last long. Go to asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back. Good morning to you on this Thursday, November 10th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Jasmine Lomax on our forecast today.
Well, for us, it looks pretty good, but we are getting prepared for impacts from Nicole. That's been the big story in weather. Of course, that made landfall early this morning as a Category 1 hurricane south of Vero Beach, Florida. Right now, it is moving over land as a tropical storm with max sustained winds around 60 miles per hour, and it's getting close to entering the Gulf. Then it will make landfall again along the Florida Panhandle, bringing us impacts tomorrow. That's when you want to make sure that you're staying weather alert. Right now, though, we're nice and dry. We've got plenty of sunshine, and it's going to be a great day to spend some time outside. 54 for the current temperature with sunny skies and winds out of the east-northeast around 5 miles per hour across the state. It's a little bit cooler to our north and to our west, warmer to the south, but we are looking at a pretty nice warm-up this afternoon. I'll let you know what to expect, and I'll time out the impacts from Nicole coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. It's 9:01, and we have some developing news right now. President Biden saying he plans to run again in 2024.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskin joins us live this morning from the National Desk Newsroom right outside our nation's capital. Kayla, so talk about what the president actually said.
Well, Megan and Patrice, the president holding a press conference yesterday, just a day after Democrats performed better than expected during the midterm elections, Recent polling consistently shows Democrats want someone else at the top of the ticket. In 2024, however, Biden's approval ratings hanging near 40%. He was asked if this polling, showing most voters would rather he not run again, would influence his decision. Biden said no. And his message to any doubters, watch me. Biden said he would talk it over with his family and may announce early in 2023.
Well, Kayla, former President Donald Trump also expected to make an announcement about his 2024 plans. That's happening next week. Advisors asking him to hold off. Why?
Well, Tuesday was supposed to be this red wave that the former president then could ride to the Republican nomination, but that red wave never came. It was more of a ripple, if anything, although Republicans are slated to have a thin majority in the House, and we'll see what happens in the Senate. We may not find out until December. Now, former President Trump advisor Jason Miller saying he will now advise Trump to hold off on any announcements until after the Georgia runoff for the Senate seat. Miller saying that Georgia needs to be the focus of every Republican right now to get Herschel Walker to the finish line. This would give Republicans hopefully control of the Senate as well. Now, Trump's announcement would obviously gain a lot of attention and possibly make the Georgia runoff election between Walker and Warnock about him. Trump, for his part, has not said anything about a change in plans thus far. Megan, Patrice.
All right, Kayla Gaskins live outside of Washington. Thank you.
Well, today's number of the day looks to the past, all the way to March 2020. 48% of voters say looking back, many states and cities overreacted to the coronavirus pandemic in ways that did more harm than good. A Scott Rasmussen national survey finds 35% say they didn't. Slightly more than half of those polled say in retrospect, most public schools remained closed for too long. Well, we begin here this morning in a city in crisis and the ongoing discussion about squeegee kids on Baltimore City streets.
Today, Mayor Brandon Scott will release his Squeegee Collaborative report during a news conference.
This comes nearly 4 months after it was formed, and as we continue to see heated interactions between squeegee kids and drivers.
Now, this includes, in some instances, squeegee kids damaging cars, assaulting drivers, stealing money, and sometimes carrying guns.
A few details of the report have already been released, including a recommendation to give guaranteed income to squeegee kids.
Olivia Dance joins us live this morning from where that news conference is set to take place, and she has more on what is expected to come out of that announcement. Olivia.
Good morning, Megan and Patrice. And in recent months, Mayor Scott brought together police, community members, and squeegee kids themselves to develop a plan. And he will finally announce the details of that plan at 1:30 this afternoon, right here at the Under Armour house on Fayette Street. Now, while we should get more information at today's meeting, details of the Squeegee Collaborative plan were leaked last week, which includes self-policing by the squeegee kids and some kind of guaranteed income program to discourage the practice. But the details immediately faced criticism.
Being paid to stay off the corner is not going to work.
We're going to pay them to get off of the corner, but we got people out here working every day, and we get money funded to the city all the time, but this is what we're going to waste it on.
Well, as you just heard, many were quick to judge the first details of the plan. Law enforcement expert Tyrone Powers is taking a more wait-and-see attitude. Take a listen.
No one thinks that young people can grow up to be professional squeegee people. There's no job and career in squeegeeing long term. If we're linking the pay with some training and then that training with a career that's way beyond squeegeeing, then it makes logical sense.
And several community leaders will join the mayor at today's announcement. Of course, Fox 45 News will be there to bring you the latest details. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
This is just more proof that progress is not inevitable, but progress is possible in the state of Maryland. And I am truly humbled to be part of this legacy.
Turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage this morning.
Maryland is in the national spotlight. Voters have elected Democrat Wes Moore for governor. He will be the first black chief executive in state history.
Moore is outlining his top priorities going into office. We have Shannon Lilly joining us this morning with his priorities and the event happening today to help get him a start. Shannon.
Well, that meeting, Megan, or that event is a meeting between Governor-elect Wes Moore and Governor Larry Hogan. They're going to be meeting at the State House in Annapolis at noon today. And then we know 2 hours later, he's going to be holding a press conference talking about his transition into office. And this all comes after Governor Hogan has already tweeted out his congrats to Wes Moore. Take a look. He says, quote, "There is no higher calling than public service and no greater honor than to serve the people of this great state," end quote. And then one day after the election, Moore tells us one of his top priorities will be tackling crime.
If you don't get public safety right, nothing else is going to work. That means that we are going to work in partnership with local jurisdictions, with local leaders, working in partnership with our new state's attorney, because we've got to make sure we are getting and keeping violent offenders off of our streets.
Now, we also asked Moore about Governor Hogan's violent firearms offender bill that never made it through. And Moore says it is something that he would look at for the upcoming legislative session, not only focusing on getting illegal guns off our streets, but also going after the people who continue to bring them into communities.
We've got to move aggressively to be able to make sure that people can and should feel safe in the place they call home.
Meanwhile, our Mackenzie Frost will be in Annapolis for that meeting between the governor and the governor-elect at noon today. And we do know that there's going to be some time for reporters to ask questions. So we hope to get more information about Moore's transition into office in just a few hours. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
9:08. Happy birthday to the United States Marine Corps.
Yeah, that always happens every year. We celebrate the Marines. We also celebrate the launch of the 2022 Toys for Tots campaign right here at home. This morning, Hometown Hotspot. Amy Aronson live with more. Amy, good morning.
Yeah, good morning. We're here for the big birthday / the kickoff to the Toys for Tots campaign. 'Tis the holiday season, right? I'm here with Gunnery Sergeant Miller right now, who's here to tell us all about it. We see these Toys for Tots signs and collection bins, and we know the holiday season is upon us. But it's really important stuff you all are doing to give back to the community. So let's talk about the campaign. It takes a lot of work to put this together. How long has it been happening?
The campaign actually started, we kicked off in early September, and that takes a lot of prep work. This is a real big year because it's our 75th anniversary, so we wanted to make it as extravagant as possible. So a lot of the prep work and gathering our volunteers, setting up our warehouse, and getting all the logistics that we need in order to make this event happen starts in September.
I believe it, because look at what we've already got behind us here. If people are watching and saying, well, do I still have time to contribute? I'm sure there's still time, but how can they help out and add to the piles we're seeing right here?
There's absolutely still time to contribute. Our cutoff for contributions is December 16th. So anytime you want to contribute before then, it's more than welcome. What we're looking for is new unwrapped toys. New unwrapped toys. We're also looking for monetary donations, and you can find out the locations to donate those toys on our website. It's baltimore-md at toysfortots.org. You can find a tab on there to donate monetarily as well.
That's awesome. And I don't know if you all could see what's standing in the distance here, but Chick-fil-A's here, and they are also lending a helping hand for the Toys for Tots campaign. Lisa Scott's with us to tell us how Chick-fil-A is participating.
Well, this is our third year. We're so excited. The 45 Baltimore area Chick-fil-A restaurants actually sponsor Stuff the Truck events all throughout Central Maryland. And it's this Saturday.
Oh, great.
Did you see the weather? It's going to be great.
Yes,
so
perfect.
From 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., you can go to any of these Stuff the Truck sites, donate a toy for Toys for Tots, $10 or more, and as a thank you for your generosity, we'll give you a BOG, it's called, Be Our Guest card for a free sandwich.
That is awesome. That is awesome. And I know you brought some examples here this morning of things people can bring out. Like he mentioned, unwrapped toys is what they're looking for. If you want more information, head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. All the details are there in case you missed any of the websites they just mentioned. Back to you guys.
Great event. Amy, thank you. A Baltimore native making her singing debut. After the break, we're going to be speaking to Gabby Simone on who in the music industry is taking note of her talent.
And we are in for a nice and dry day today, but we are getting ready for our next chance for rain tomorrow because of Nicole. I'll let you know the impacts that you can expect locally coming up in my Weather Authority forecast.
9:14, a Baltimore native is emerging as a rising star with an incredible start to her singing journey, being tapped by Disney and one of Southwest Airlines' artists on the rise. Joining us this morning to tell us all about herself, artist Gabby Simone. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so when did this all start for you? When did you start singing?
Well, for as long as I can remember, I've been singing. My family is musical, and my dad, he sings. He's the singer out of the family. And my brothers and my sisters, they all sing. And we grew up in the church, and my first time singing was in church. I was around 6 or 7, and yeah, that was my first time, and I just started singing from there.
And never stopped since then. You're 20 now and well on your way. What is the Southwest Artist on the Rise? What is that?
So it's a partnership with the Jennifer Hudson Show, and she's just so nice and genuine. She just brings artists like myself that's on the rise, that's grinding, that's trying to, you know, that's you know, developing and things like that, and she brings them on the show through Southwest Airlines. And yeah, that's what happened. I met her, and we spoke, and I sung and performed on the show.
That is awesome. All right, and Disney, I mean, you've got big names that are interested in your talents. What did you do for Disney?
So we did, they brought me out to LA. I did a remix to the Go the Distance. It's the soundtrack from the movie Hercules. And I remixed it, and they flew me out. We did a video, and yeah, and
so
it's
how
available.
How are these people finding out about you? I mean, how do they know that you and your voice are out there?
So social media is big.
Really?
Social media is huge. And I started posting when I was in high school, and the pandemic happened, and I did a challenge, the Missy Challenge. They had the range reposted me, and I went from like 3,000 to 30,000, and up and up and up, and now I'm at 100,000+.
Oh,
and
that's amazing.
Yeah, and just people have been noticing me, my favorite artists, like Mariah Carey, Jennifer Hudson, and J. Cole, one of my favorite rappers.
Oh, my goodness.
So, yeah.
So, well, what's next for you? Where do you ultimately see yourself?
Well, I've been recording music. I just finished my single that will be out next year, 2023. And yeah, I just see myself just inspiring my generation. You know, I grew up in Baltimore, and we need some inspiration. My generation, and just everybody. Everybody needs some inspiration. Everybody needs a light. And I really want to be that light.
And you have a passion for the singing, because I asked you something in the commercial, and you sang your answer. So I'm like, oh yeah, she's just got it. And you sounded beautiful in just that quick little snippet. So you gotta stay in touch with us. You're gonna have to come back. You know, we do Christmas songs near the holiday songs. We're gonna have to get you to come in and sing one for us.
Yes, I would love to do that.
Oh, absolutely. All right, we'll get our people to call your people. All right, let's get over now to meteorologist Jasmine Lomax. She's got a look at the forecast.
And it's going to be a great one today, but tomorrow, that's when things change as we continue to monitor Nicole and the impacts that we could see here. Today, though, you've got a great day to enjoy some time outside. 54 for the current temperature, and plenty of sunshine over Baltimore with light winds out of the east-northeast. Over Towson, it looks great as well. A good view of the trees starting to lose those leaves. Across the rest of the state, temperatures are in the 40s, the 50s. We even have the 60s along the eastern shore and close to Ocean City, so much warmer there. But across the entire state, sunny skies. This is going to change as we head into the day tomorrow. Today, though, temperatures in the upper 60s. Then we briefly rise to the 70s, but notice we have the chance for rain tomorrow and again on Saturday. Temperatures then a little bit lower, but this is all because of Nicole and the impacts that we could see here. Right now, it is moving over land. It made landfall this morning south of Vero Beach as a Category 1 hurricane in Florida. It's expected to just cross the Gulf of Mexico before making its way back on land toward the mid-Atlantic. So tomorrow, we've got storms starting mainly in the afternoon. We're looking at gusty winds as one of the primary threats. However, there is the chance for isolated tornadoes, but the biggest threat for that will be for southern Maryland. Here's the latest track. It's expected to slightly cross the Gulf and then move back over Florida, eventually moving overland, weakening to a depression, and we're left with the moisture from that system. So as we head into the afternoon, you'll notice a few more clouds. Then we stay dry for your commute home. Overnight, we could have a few areas with light rain. Then that starts to increase, especially for western Maryland after sunrise. So some could be driving on wet roads. Make sure to check the radar before you head out. Then as we make our way into the afternoon, we have the chance for those storms. That's when we could have the severe threat. We're under marginal risk. That's threat level 1 of 5 for strong to severe storms. Then Saturday morning, very early in the morning, we've got the chance for another round of rain, all ahead of a cold front. That's going to result in drier weather as we head into Saturday afternoon. So the entire weekend will not be a washout, but make sure that you're staying weather alert tomorrow. 68 for the high temperature. It's going to be a little bit warmer than it was yesterday. It gets even warmer for Veterans Day on Friday, but we've got rain and storms for Nicole. Make sure that you're staying weather alert and keep watch on the radar. 66 on Saturday with a few spotty showers. Then on Sunday, much cooler. 50 for the high temperature. And as we move into the upcoming work week, temperatures will be in the 40s and 50s. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. A new Broadway production is taking over the Baltimore Center stage. Just ahead, how it's giving audiences a show that is dead funny but no joke. We'll explain. 9:20 now. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Fasten your seatbelts for a comedy like no other happening at the Baltimore Center stage. Stars of the show joining us live on the couch this morning. The show Ain't No Mo. John Odom and Lanisha Frederick joining us live with more on this one. Thank you guys for being here. We appreciate it.
Yes.
All right, who wants to take the first one of what is Ain't No Mo about?
I can grab it. You want me to grab
it?
Ain't No More is a roller coaster of a ride. It explores the question, what if, in the one day, the U.S. government gives African Americans a one-way ticket back to Africa. So in this production, in this play that is at Baltimore Center stage right now, we explore that issue and what happens. And it's seen through a myriad of vignettes or sketches. So think SNL.
Okay.
Think
it's funny. This is a comedy.
It's funny till it's not.
Okay. I was going to say, what you're describing are very real, very important topics. So, but you guys are taking it to a different realm, making it funny.
You have to get the ha-has to get the ahas.
Okay.
Oh, I like that.
That was very
That was
good.
good.
Write that down.
Put that in the book.
Yes.
Tell me about your character.
I play the larger-than-life drag queen, gorgeous drag queen, Peaches, who is our flight attendant on the flight. She kind of guides us through and has a lot of heart, has so much humor. I think is kind of the heart of the piece.
What's it like for you getting into that character and that mind and that outfit?
It's so much fun. It is very painful. We got some 6-inch heels happening.
Oh, baby.
No
Yeah.
joke. It's
You're gonna
no
feel
joke,
that.
right? Yeah, you feel it. Every time I get off the stage, I have to take everything off.
The role is real.
Yeah, absolutely. And it takes about an hour and a half, I think, to get into makeup and the costume and stuff. But yeah, it's just so much fun. The cast is absolutely incredible.
I want to hear about your character.
Yes, it's just an ensemble character or ensemble cast that we're part of. So we have passengers 1 through 5 since we are set in the airport, and each character takes on a different role. We explore different scenarios. For example, there is a housewife spoof. So anyone that is a housewife fan might want to come and see that.
Yeah.
Definitely. We have one set in an area that is more upper class, upper echelon, so what that looks like. We have one set in a prison as well. So it really, all of us take on these different roles. So while he is in makeup and in heels, we're fighting on the ground and doing stage calls, stage fights. So it is we all have our work cut out for us.
It's moving fast for you guys, too.
Absolutely.
It is.
I mean, I know this is happening right now. It's going to go through, tell me, through November.
Through November 20th, Baltimore stage. You can buy tickets on
centerstage.org.
I was asking you what it's like to prepare for a show like this with so much happening and so many moving parts. Do you just think about the lines when you go to bed at night? Just constantly rolling through your brain?
I think now we're okay.
You're ready.
Yes, it's getting better.
It's
gotten better. I think we're almost memorized.
We're almost there.
See them. Tickets online or at the door?
Yes, online or at the door.
Centerstage.org, Baltimore Center Stage, November 20th. Come see us until November 20th.
Good luck. We
Thank
appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, we're warming up pretty nicely here today. We've got plenty of sunshine out there, but we've got some changes coming to the weekend. Our Weather Authority team is tracking the impacts of Nicole right here in our area as well. It's a major cool down this weekend. Time now, 9:26.
Today, Mayor Scott is finally announcing the details of his squeegee collaborative plan. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll tell you why the plan is already facing criticism. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
We start with breaking news this morning. We are hearing about a 2-alarm fire in South Baltimore. You're taking a live look from our harbor camera. You can see the lights flickering off to the right of the screen there. You see some smoke in the distance. Firefighters, the Baltimore Firefighters Union is tweeting that 7 row homes are involved. So as soon as we get more information, we will bring that to you.
Also following other breaking news right now, we are expecting a big announcement that could help bring down crime across the state. Taking a live look now from the Maryland State Police, Glenn Bernie Barrick.
Governor Hogan is expected to join the U.S. Attorney for the District of Maryland, Eric Brown. Members of law enforcement from Baltimore County and Arundel County also expected to be there when they start this conference.
Now, we don't know much else about the announcement other than it's a surge in operations to reduce violent crime. Stay with Fox 45 News as we wait for this news conference to begin. We're also going to be streaming this one live on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Well, welcome back to all of you on this Thursday. 9:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Jasmine Lomax. We've been talking about a turnaround in our weather here with some colder temperatures.
Yeah, we've had a lot going on. We started the week in the 80s. We had that cool down today. Temperatures are on the rise. And then tomorrow, we've got Nicole and the impacts from that. Today, though, seems pretty nice. Temperatures around 54 currently with plenty of sunshine over Towson. Across the state, we're seeing temperatures in the 40s, the 50s, and even the 60s over in Salisbury and Ocean City. Those are the high spots. We've got plenty of sunshine around the state, but it's Nicole that we're watching now. It's moving over Florida as a tropical storm. It made landfall as a Category 1 hurricane early this morning south of Vero Beach. Now tomorrow, we expect the impacts to start as Nicole and the remnants of it move toward the mid-Atlantic. That means that rain is coming our way along with the chance for gusty winds and possibly isolated tornadoes. I'll break down the timing and what to expect for the rest of the weekend coming up in my full forecast. Back to you.
Looking at the Lynn Stoller traffic network now and our drive times at this hour, we are in the green 795 to 95, which is an improvement. Your longest commute 11 minutes, not too bad. That's from 95 to 83.
When I release the Squeegee Collaborative is when I go talk about the Squeegee Collaborative, and we're going to do that for you guys very soon.
Well, in a city in crisis today, Mayor Brandon Scott will release his long-awaited Squeegee Collaborative report. Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost will be at the conference later this afternoon as the mayor outlines his plan.
But we start this half hour with Olivia Dance, and she's joining us live from a street corner where you would commonly see Squeegee kids. She's got more details about today's announcement. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, in recent months, Mayor Scott brought together police, community members, and Squeegee kids themselves to develop a plan, and he will finally announce the details of that plan at 1:30 this afternoon, right here at the Under Armour house on Fayette Street. Now, several city and community leaders are listed as participants at the announcement, but one noticeable name missing is State's Attorney-elect Ivan Bates. In the past, Mayor Scott has refused to clear Squeegee kids from corners, while Bates has said they simply can't be there.
To me, there's a difference of panhandling, holding a sign very quietly in a area, not going in and out of traffic.
Right.
Going in and out of traffic is an action. Therefore, I believe that action is illegal.
Despite their different approaches, the mayor continues to insist that he and Bates are in agreement when it comes to Squeegee kids. Last week, details of the mayor's Squeegee Collaborative plan were leaked, which includes self-policing by the Squeegee kids and some kind of guaranteed income program to discourage the practice. But other than those leaked details, the mayor has been really quiet about the Squeegee Collaborative plan. But of course, Fox 45 News will be at the meeting this afternoon and bring you the latest details. Back to you.
Olivia, you mentioned the guaranteed income program. That was leaked a while ago. What was the reaction when that became public?
Yeah, Patrice, the leaked details were immediately met with criticism. In fact, Fox 45 News spoke with Thiru Vignaraja, who's a former federal prosecutor and former mayoral candidate. Take a listen to what he had to say.
This feeds into the culture of low expectations that we have here in Baltimore. These young men deserve better than to self-regulate and to be paid not to commit crimes. I think the bigger problem here is that there are laws on the books that we're refusing to enforce.
So we're just going to have to wait and see if we get any clarity on that income program at today's meeting. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, city council members held a virtual town hall asking questions about the proposed Johns Hopkins private police force and the memorandum of understanding between Johns Hopkins Police and Baltimore Police.
I am very disappointed with Johns Hopkins' approach to the initiation and pending implementation of the JHPD. It has been far from transparent.
Multiplying the sheer number of special police departments in a city like Baltimore makes it much harder for residents and local representatives, to achieve meaningful police accountability.
Now, this meeting comes after Johns Hopkins University's own town halls resulted in protests. Those in favor of the department say they believe the campus will be safer. Just last week, Johns Hopkins University issued a warning to students and staff at its Homewood and Peabody campuses about an increase in serious crime. The university outlined steps being taken to address the issue and mentioned the upcoming launch of its police department.
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom. Today, Baltimore City Council members will hold a meeting with city schools to go over education and performance data.
This comes as new test results show startling numbers about the toll COVID-19 is having on student learning, particularly in city schools.
Shannon Lilly joining us live now from Baltimore City Hall with a preview of today's meeting and a look at some of those numbers. Shannon.
Well, and that meeting today, Megan, is going to start in just 30 minutes right here at City Hall. And city leaders are going to be digging into the impact that the pandemic has had on your child's education. And new test results show that impact is severe. In fact, take a look at this. We already know that numbers are down across the nation and even more so in our state, where data from the National Assessment of Education Progress shows a majority of the state's 4th and 8th graders are not proficient in math or reading. But in Baltimore City, students are performing even lower, significantly lower than the average public. In fact, of the 26 largest school districts analyzed nationwide, Baltimore City 4th and 8th grade students are only performing better than one city, and that's Detroit. In math, 4th graders in Baltimore City on average are testing 26 points lower than their peers in other large cities. And Baltimore 8th graders testing an average of 21 points lower. In a statement, the superintendent of Maryland's public schools says, quote, "There is no sugarcoating these results. Maryland has been experiencing a downward trend since 2013, and a return to normal is not good enough. The current struggles of our students cannot be solely attributed to the pandemic." And this discussion, again, will continue in just about 30 minutes with that meeting that starts right here at 10 a.m. Reporting live from City Hall, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Recruiting and hiring veterans may be a slightly different process than most. Just ahead, the steps companies need to follow to make it easier and what veterans can do to make sure they're ready.
And a live look from Lake Monroe, Florida. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us after the break to update us where Hurricane Nicole is now and what effects it will have right here at home. But first, we want to check out something else happening right now.
That's right. Governor Larry Hogan is holding a press conference right now talking about crime across the state and efforts to reduce that crime.
Governor Larry Hogan
Let's go out and take a listen.
U.S. Attorney Eric Barron here this morning. I would also like to recognize the allied law enforcement partners in attendance today. Maryland State Police Superintendent Colonel Jerry Jones, Maryland Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services Secretary Ron Green, Maryland Transportation Authority Police Chief Kevin Anderson, Baltimore County Police Colonel Joe Conger, and from Anne Arundel County Police Deputy Chief Gerard Fleming. At this time, it is my honor to introduce Governor Larry Hogan.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Lieutenant Austin. Thank you all for being here. I want to, first of all, thank U.S. Attorney Barron, Colonel Jones, Secretary Green, and all of our law enforcement partners for joining us here today at the Glen Burnie Barrack of the Maryland State Police. We're here to announce a series of major actions to expand on federal-state efforts to give law enforcement officers the tools that they need to fight violent crime and to hold violent criminals accountable. For 8 years, addressing violent crime has been an important focus of our administration. And a critical piece of that has been increasing collaboration and coordination. We brought together federal, state, and local partners to conduct coordinated aggressive surge operations throughout Baltimore City, which resulted in hundreds of arrests of repeat violent felons. We launched an expansion of Project Safe Neighborhoods to enable federal prosecutors to charge repeat violent offenders with federal crimes in federal courts before federal judges. And last year, I directed the Maryland State Police and all 5 state law enforcement agencies to provide substantial additional investigative assistance to back up and assist the Baltimore City Police Department and to provide enhanced visibility patrols. We launched a 100% state match of all Crime Stoppers rewards that lead to arrests. We enacted a $500 million Refund the Police initiative, which included a 50% increase in state aid to local police to enable them to recruit and retain more quality officers, to increase diversity, to expand community policing efforts, and to improve training. We also funded more than 30 new positions at the U.S. Attorney's Office, including 10 additional Special Assistant U.S. Attorneys for Baltimore City. And we beefed up BPD's Warrant Apprehension Task Force. Maryland State Police are now patrolling I-83 to help free up more city officers to focus on violent crime. We formed a new statewide Maryland Criminal Intelligence Network, an innovative data and information sharing system that emphasizes collaboration by connecting state-funded operational initiatives from counties and municipalities together with state and federal law enforcement agencies. And today, to build on all of those important efforts, we're launching another wave of aggressive crime-fighting actions. First, we're announcing a new Baltimore City Feeder Route Task Force initiative composed of Maryland State Police troopers and officers of the Maryland Transportation Authority, along with officers from the Baltimore County Police Department and the Anne Arundel County Police Department. This joint task force will utilize real-time intelligence from the Maryland Coordination and Analysis Center, or MCAC, to enhance overnight patrol efforts to crack down on gang and criminal activity along all of the main arteries into and out of Baltimore City, including Maryland Route 140, Route 26, Baltimore National Pike, and Maryland Route 2 in Anne Arundel County. This initiative has already led to dozens of arrests and citations. Today, we are also announcing a new innovative Knock and Talk initiative developed by the Maryland Department of Public Safety and Correctional Services, focused on Baltimore City neighborhoods that are experiencing increased levels of violence. In coordination with the U.S. Attorney's Office, this enhanced engagement initiative deploys 8 teams of parole and probation agents and sworn police officers in designated districts who will be making unannounced home visits. Agents are accompanied by social workers to help provide immediate and direct access to resources, including mental health services, family counseling, and identification needs. This initiative, which has already successfully made hundreds of contacts in the community, builds on all of our community engagement and policing efforts. Information regarding this initiative is being shared with the affected Baltimore City Police Department commanders. In addition, we have briefed incoming State's Attorney Ivan Bates on all of the various federal, state, and local surge operations which are underway. Once again, I want to sincerely thank U.S. Attorney Eric Barron for his partnership and for his strong commitment to tackling crime. Working together, we're using every tool at our disposal to make our neighborhoods safer. And at this time, I'll turn it over to U.S. Attorney for the District of Maryland, Eric Barron.
Good morning. Again, I'm Eric Barron, and I serve as the United States Attorney for Maryland. Thank you, Governor Hogan, Colonel Jones, Secretary Green, and the many local and state, federal, law enforcement, and community partners who work with us every day. And thank you to the leadership of the Glen Burnie Barrack here for hosting us this morning. Your law enforcement public servants at all levels are heeding the call for action. As a follow-up from our announcement this past August, the Feeder Route Task Force and Initiative and the Parole and Probation Knock and Talk Initiative are the latest examples of how we are innovating our partnership and strategies to meet the challenge of violent crime in our communities. First, as part of our surge initiative through the holiday season, if you intend to drive with guns or drugs on a Maryland road, you better think twice. The United States Attorney's Office will screen any related traffic stops for potential prosecution by our team of new special federal prosecutors. This work is made possible thanks to the funding supported by Governor Hogan, the state legislature, and the Attorney General's office. Second, as part of our surge initiative, if you are on parole or probation, we may be coming to your home. We hope and expect that you're in compliance, and we're there to help. But if you're not in compliance, you will be held accountable. The governor's staff, Secretary Green, and I have personally been out with teams of social workers, parole and probation agents, and police officers in neighborhoods experiencing the most violent crime and knocking on doors of individuals on supervision. Those who turn to guns to solve problems must be deterred by any legal means necessary. And this Feeder Route Task Force and Knock and Talk Initiative are two important components being deployed as we continue to combat violent crime through year's end. Thank you for your attention this morning, and thank you again, Governor, for having me.
With that, we'd be happy to take a few questions.
Help us understand about what happens in these highways and egress and joining the Baltimore thing.
Who do you think is the best one to answer that, Colonel?
Take it. Good morning. As identified by the governor and U.S. Attorney, we're going to be primarily working along these roadways of ingress and egress that have been identified by the Maryland Coordination and Analysis Center. Our key is to get these guns off the street before they get into the city. That's what we're out there to do, interdict crime outbound, because certainly there's crime that comes out of the city that affects other parts of the state, and we want to try to focus on these primary roadways so we can interdict that crime before it impacts citizens.
And you've made some significant arrests. It's actually kind of stumbling upon it. You make a car stop and you find this, you know from that these large drugs and guns are coming from the city. Is that correct?
Correct. When we make these arrests, we certainly plug in all the key stakeholders to make sure we can further these investigations and make the most impact on both the criminal as well as the citizens that are impacted by this type of crime. Yes, sir.
Anybody else? Good morning.
Morning. Maybe this is for you or for the U.S. Attorney, but do you think that this plan and these efforts will work long term if you have a mayor and an administration who seems to be taking a different approach to violence and crime in Baltimore City?
Well, I mentioned earlier that we've had great meetings with the incoming state's attorney, Ivan Bates, who, much like the U.S. Attorney and all of us standing up here, I think has really pledged to take the violent crime seriously, and I think that's an improvement and a step in the right direction. What this is about is, obviously we can't usurp the responsibilities of Baltimore City or the Baltimore City Police Department, but we're here to back them up and provide as much possible assistance as we can, and we're trying to find new and innovative ways to continue to do that, to help them do their job and help us stop crime, not just in Baltimore City but throughout the state. But I don't know if you want to say anything about that there.
Yeah, I want to emphasize that we're working in conjunction with our local partners. Even before this initiative was birthed, I had personal conversations with the mayor and the Commissioner Harrison about what we're doing. So they're well aware and they're working with us.
Just a quick follow-up to that, What is the public supposed to do or think when they see sometimes officers standing in the city watching crime happen and not do anything about it, but they're seeing and hearing you say that the federal agencies are taking violent crime seriously, but in the city that doesn't seem to be happening?
Well, I would beg to differ, and I believe that all of our law enforcement partners, local, state, and federal, are taking it seriously. I don't know about any specific incident, but from where I stand, all of our law enforcement partners are working very hard, working overtime, and we're working together in partnership.
All right, you were just listening to the U.S. Attorney for Maryland, Eric Barron there, and of course, Governor Larry Hogan talking about initiatives that they plan to implement going forward. Some of them already in place and bearing fruit, but how they plan to help reduce crime in Maryland going forward.
And this is bringing state, federal, local agencies all together to try and get this under control. Well, it is 9:50. We want to turn over now to meteorologist Jasmine Lomax and our forecast.
We are in for a very nice day today. It was a little bit cooler yesterday, but we're back on the rising trend with temperatures above average. Right now we sit at 54 with plenty of sunshine and winds out of the east-northeast around 5 miles per hour. We've got the 40s and the 50s. We even have the 60s toward Salisbury and Ocean City, but notice plenty of sunshine around the state. We'll have a few more clouds move in this afternoon as high temperatures reach the upper 60s. Then we're in the 70s tomorrow for our high temperatures, but unfortunately, we have the chance for rain. Not only then, but also on Saturday, there is that slight chance for a few showers. Temperatures a little bit lower as we deal with the impacts from Nicole. Right now, it's moving over Florida, and it is leading to areas of rain and heavy winds across the state. We are expecting storms to start for our area tomorrow, mainly in the afternoon. We're looking at the chance for gusty winds, and there is the threat for isolated tornadoes, but the largest threat for that will be toward our south and southern Maryland. As we head into later today, this system is expected to just cross over the Gulf, moving back over Florida, and then moving toward the mid-Atlantic, weakening to a depression by tomorrow afternoon. Here, though, we stay dry today with a few more clouds by the afternoon. Then overnight, the chance for a few stray showers, but rain chances pick up tomorrow morning, continuing throughout the day. Make sure that you are staying weather alert as there could be strong to severe storms. Then this cold front passes, and that's going to lead to drier weather. So today, high temperatures around 68. Then for Veterans Day, highs in the 70s with a chance for rain and storms. 66 on Saturday with a few showers. Then for the upcoming week, highs will be in the 40s and 50s. Back to you.
All right, Jasmine, thank you. Trending now, the Maryland Zoo in Baltimore is trying to revive the state's native turtle population. Check out this little guy right here. He is one of the wood turtles being raised by the Maryland Zoo, getting ready to be released into the wild next year. Look how tiny. Wood turtles are native to some of the forests in western Maryland, and the zoo is working to get 6 hatchlings back to their home.
Warmer temperatures are coming at this afternoon. Meteorologist Jasmine Lomax will be back to tell us when we can also expect some rain happening later this week. That's all in our 10-day forecast. 9:53 is the time.
Well, it is a nice day right now. It's starting to get a little bit warmer. Temperatures in the 50s, but we have plenty of sunshine. 68 for the high temperature. That's above average. Then we're in the 70s tomorrow, but unfortunately for Veterans Day, we're talking rain and storms as we deal with the impacts from Nicole. Mid-60s on Saturday. We'll have a cold front come through, and then later in the day we start to clear out. Then it gets much cooler for the upcoming week. We're talking temperatures in the 40s and the 50s. So going from above average to well below average temperatures.
Talking about it gave me goosebumps.
Did it really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Just thinking about it.
It's just going to be one of those, swings. We talk about it in the fall where we go up and down. And so we'll enjoy the warm temperatures today. But again, we have to track that storm tomorrow and the potential of rain and the big impacts that we'll have here.
And then by Thanksgiving Thursday, you got to be a little bit warm because you have to go out and do the family
I hope
game
so.
of football.
I hope so. Plus, we want to deep fry our turkey on the patio. Like, we want to do all that. So hopefully that'll work.
We'll see you tomorrow.
2 weeks from today.
Wow.
Turkey.
Crazy.